Good morning and welcome to Washington State's Recreation and Conservation Office evaluation meetings for the Non-Highway and Off-Road Vehicle Activities Program. A team of volunteers, citizen representatives, state, federal, and local agency folks are here to score and write project proposals where applicants are requesting funding to acquire, develop, renovate, or maintain backcountry trail systems in our state. The Recreation and Conservation Funding Board will consider the ranked list at their meeting in April and will approve the final results of the evaluations that are being held this week. Following legislative approval of the state's capital budget, the board will award grants at their June 2023 meeting. To learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and the grants we have to offer, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoyed today's meetings. We are ready to begin. And our first presenter, and are we going to have your camera on?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn the remote control over to you.
And then just hit the,
So why don't you double click to see if you have controls first? And then use your keyboard arrows to go back. Perfect.
okay.
My timer is set, so you may begin.
All right. Hello, and thank you for being here. It's for the Darrington Front Country Trail Maintenance Grant, RCO number 22-1971. It's a NOVA non-motorized grant. My name is Bridget Wisniewski, and I am the Trails Manager on the Darrington Ranger District for the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest. The Darrington Ranger District is located in eastern Snohomish County, within an hour drive of Everett and an hour and a half from Seattle. This is within 2.5 hours of more than 3 million people, many of whom love recreating on our public lands. This grant would hire 2 to 3 people per year for a force account crew, which will provide 140 miles of trail maintenance on the Darrington District's well-loved front country, otherwise known as day hikes. Many of these trails are off the Mountain Loop Highway, which connects the rural areas of Darrington and Granite Falls. The Mountain Loop Highway was named a treasured landscape by the National Forest Foundation because of its unique characteristics. It provides year-round recreation opportunities in this area. Number 1, need. With few exceptions, nothing lasts forever, but we can extend the life expectancy by maintaining what we create in a dynamic environment. Trail maintenance ranges from annual maintenance like cleaning ditches, brushing, and log out, to more complicated fixes such as repairing flood-damaged stream forts or normal erosional processes that carry away dirt and gravel, leaving stumps and rocks exposed from use and precipitation. This grant will fund a force account crew, which enables us to tackle these problems as they occur. Number 1, need inventory. The front country resource on the Darrington District is not unique for this area, but it is spectacular and provides easy access for people living in Snohomish County. The trails offer a spectrum of hikes from the ADA accessible and dramatic Big 4 to arduous Mount Dickerman, all within an easy 1 to 2 hours of the Puget Sound's diverse population. The district has 75 miles of front country trails out of a total system of over 350 miles. COVID helped spur people to head outdoors, increasing the use on all outdoor recreation, further straining our trail systems. Inventory continued. Heavy maintenance projects create backlog maintenance issues. This work might include blasting to remove rocks, trees, and root wads that are blocking the trails. Infrastructure like bridges might need a minor repair, like puncheon being replaced, or because of old age, complete replacement. It only takes one event to cause big problems. With over 96,000 people visiting Big 4 National Scenic Trail, the Darrington District has invested money into upgrading facilities like the boardwalk pictured here. This project was made possible from a NOVA grant in 2018 and is addressing the ADA accessibility issue and providing habitat connectivity for fish, beavers, and other wildlife. Then in 2019, a piece of the bridge crossing the South Fork Stillaguamish River was removed to prevent complete loss of the bridge. Funding from the Great American Outdoor Act allowed for the 33-foot extension to be replaced last October. The trail crew installed temporary steps for the fall-winter season. And in April, May of 2023, the boardwalk will be installed, another step to making the trail ADA accessible once again. Winters are hard in this area, which receives over 100 inches of precipitation in a year. We need to continue to address the needs of this popular area. Need use. Once we have achieved ADA accessibility, we will need to maintain the infrastructure to keep trails open to all. There are no opportunities that offer the accessibility that Big 4 offers within 2 hours of Seattle to get people close to a large, dramatic mountain with abundant flora and fauna. Number 2, need fulfillment. The forest understands the importance of investing in its popular destinations. More than $1.5 million will be spent rebuilding the 4 most popular trails along the Mountain Loop Highway, as shown in this graph above. These trails also account for 75% of the use along the Mountain Loop Highway, resulting in hundreds of thousands of visits all year round. The funding for these projects is coming from the Great American Outdoors Act and is supported by our partners. Need fulfillment continued. Maintaining this infrastructure into the future will be accomplished with a mix of U.S. Forest Service force account crews funded by this grant, partners, Youth Corps, and volunteers. Bringing this variety of abilities and experience to perform annual and long-term maintenance on these trails gives us the opportunity to introduce new people to the experience of trail maintenance and to the great outdoors. For not only do these 4 high-use trails require regular maintenance and repair, the other roughly 65 miles of popular day-use hikes require yearly maintenance to keep them safe and enjoyable for visitors and provide them with a chance for a less crowded experience. These trails appeal to first-time hikers, beginning backpackers, kids, families, young and old. The trails are an introduction to the great outdoors, a learning experience for youth, and a nice place to have lunch and be away from the bustle of urban life. Number 8, predominantly natural. The Mountain Loop provides natural areas from valley bottoms to high elevation lakes and spectacular rivers. Number 9, project support. Since the mid-1990s, the district has worked with partners to perform annual trail maintenance. Groups such as the Washington Trails Association, Backcountry Crosscut Crew, Everett Mountaineers, Monte Cristo Preservation Association, Snohomish Search and Rescue have all worked alongside Forest Service crews. We will continue working with all and continue to strengthen our relationships with these groups. Number 10, cost benefits. Funding forest account crews has a great cost benefit. It reduces planning, reduces long-term cost, increases maintenance, lowers deferred maintenance, and provides a better user experience. A quality experience creates stakeholder buy-in, in which helps conserve our public lands. A well-maintained trail reduces erosion, damage to plants, less disturbance to wildlife, which helps lead to a healthy and resilient ecosystem. Local communities which are en route to these trails benefit from the recreationists spending money in the communities, especially with repeat business. Forest account crews can catch new problems quickly and limit damage before it results in complete reconstruction and increased cost. They can provide leadership and planning to those who work with us. It also provides an opportunity for new employees interested in natural resources to have a foot in the door, so to speak. Many past crew members have gone on to do remarkable things and have been strong advocates for trails. Returnees have reduced training needs, which allows for more work to be completed. Local crews are on site, which reduces mobilization cost and decreases transportation impacts, like fuel consumption. This will build upon our investments in the area. Any questions?
Questions or comments from team members? We will start with you, Richard.
Nice presentation, Bridget. How many people will be in the crew that you're going to be hiring with this grant?
There should be 6 altogether, I'll say between 5 and 6.
Okay, and what's your experience been with hiring your crew for this kind of work?
Well, I can say this year it hasn't been very successful, mainly because we're not very competitive with wages, because everybody else has increased the wages around the state.
Yeah, thanks.
Other questions? It sounds like you covered everything in the presentation.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Good morning. I'm going to give you an opportunity to unmute yourself. Good job. And hang tight for just a moment. I think everybody has had a chance to finish scoring. So I am ready to go. So you may introduce yourself and begin.
Thank you very much. Morning. My name is Jonathan Sutherland. I am the Forest Service Recreation Management Specialist in the Darrington Ranger District. Today, I'll be presenting Grant 22-1972 for the Mountain Loop Byway Recreation Maintenance.
So Jonathan,
Yes.
why don't you double click your mouse and then try using your arrow key to go back? Perfect.
All right. All right. So the Mountain Loop Scenic Byway is located in Snohomish County of Western Washington within the Darrington Ranger District of the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, spanning 52 miles from the towns of Granite Falls to Darrington. Should go the right way on the slides, huh? Question number 1, need, community. Both of these small communities with which the Mountain Loop Highway is nestled between rely heavily on the visitation and tourism, which this stunning piece of forest brings in from the larger outside communities. It's no secret that the more people who pass between these communities have a direct impact on the local businesses and local economy. Since the Mountain Loop Highway is within 27 miles from the city of Everett, which boasts a population of over 110,000 people according to the 2020 census, Everett is one of the main cities in the Puget Sound area and is the 7th largest city in the state of Washington by population. So it's no surprise that the Burlap corridor of the Mountain Loop Highway is one of the most heavily visited local areas. This is great for the local economy, but it can be devastating to the delicate natural environment we try to preserve. People can be destructive, either intentionally or not. With this NOVA grant, we would be able to hire 2 to 3 seasonal employees annually over the span of 2 years. These employees are vital to our mission. They would bring a presence into the forest to help deter unlawful behavior, and their work helps preserve a clean and safe destination for hundreds of thousands of people to recreate in. Simply said, if people think somebody is watching them, they tend to behave a little bit better. And this grant would help bring in numerous sets of eyes to help keep watch and preserve our public lands. The Forest Service is a federal agency. One of our primary areas we serve in is recreation, and the public holds high standards to us. They want to see return to what they invest in, and that investment is our national public lands. They rightfully demand clean, safe, accessible areas to enjoy the majesty of the Cascade Mountains, which are in their own backyard. This grant helps ensure that we, as an agency, have the manpower to deliver that expectation to the recreating public. Question number 1, need, inventory. In the Darrington Ranger District, we have a multitude of opportunities within the field of recreation, spanning an area of over 500,000 acres in our corner of National Forest. Locations for both land or water recreation, areas of untouched wilderness, developed ADA-friendly picnic and day use areas, and a vast array of trails ranging from moderate to arduous. As I've stated, people cause vandalism, either intentionally or not. And when this vandalism occurs, our Forest Service employees take priority to these issues, which can take them away from routine maintenance projects. This change in workload creates a backlog of maintenance work. This grant will help ensure the public that we have the necessary crews in the field to maintain our facilities, keep clean, safe recreation areas, and deliver an acceptable product to them, which they expect. Question number 1, need, use. According to a 2021 report from Outdoor R&D Recreation and Data Lab, over 1/4 people come to visit the Darrington Ranger District annually from May to October only. These numbers do not reflect the winter season recreation activities. These high volumes of use contribute millions of dollars into the local and regional economy, as well as directly support dozens of jobs. The public uses this land, and we want to be sure that it's an enjoyable use for them. Question number 2, need, fulfillment. The Forest Service has many needs, and our seasonal employees are the backbone that accomplishes the majority of these needs. And the employees that are funded by this grant not only fulfill the needs of the Forest Service, but the needs of the public, which we serve as well. Yes, our staff cleans out houses at trailheads, empties trash cans at parking areas, and picks up litter nonstop. But much larger needs are being met as well. We've had past grants for this work, and we want this public service to continue. One of the biggest and most common remarks we receive from the public in this area, due to its remote location, which lies outside of cellular reception, is that it's a hotbed for crime and vehicle break-ins. We take this very seriously. This primarily happens in areas where people don't have a clear line of sight with other visitors, which we try to mitigate. Our team works throughout the year to maintain sightlines in parking areas and trailheads. They will brush back the surrounding vegetation to keep areas clean and open for view, as well as thinning overgrowth in areas where islands of vegetation might separate parking lots. This dramatically helps reduce crime and break-ins, even when we can't be there to help. Simply by making places visible to all reduces break-ins significantly. Due to our remote location, yet our proximity to major urban areas, we have many visitors to our forest who are not quite familiar and have had little or no experience in a setting which they may encounter wild animals. Understandably, this can be a bit frightening to them. To help keep that separation of man and animal, we have been able to install bear boxes in one of our most remote campgrounds to help discourage unpleasant encounters. This is something we hope to expand and grow to other campgrounds in our forest, which have a higher bear and cat population. When hiking through the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, it's not uncommon to be hours away from a flushing toilet when nature calls. Last year alone, our team, which is funded by a NOVA grant, was able to refurbish 3 remote outhouses throughout the area. This is huge. In our forest, we have a number of old toilets in need of refurbishment and maintenance. After being installed 30 to 50 years ago and receiving minimal maintenance throughout the years, these legacy toilets are now being brought back up to standard. People may not always want to see a structure in the woods when they're trying to recreate, but when you need it and it's there, clean and serviced, it can be a beautiful sight. Our team works diligently, day in and day out. We listen to feedback from the recreating public we encounter as to what they want and implement plans and actions to better serve them and deliver a product that is clean, safe, and accessible, which they enjoy and want to return to. Question number 8, predominantly natural. This is a slide I'm most confident in. The Darrington Ranger District, the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, consists of over 500,000 acres of land, half of which is comprised by the Boulder River, Henry M. Jackson, and Glacier Peak Wilderness areas. We also have 3 separate natural research areas and hundreds of miles of trails winding through untouched forest. Question number 9, project support. Here in the Forest Service, we work with a wide array of outside entities, ranging from nonprofit organizations like Washington Trail Association and Discovery Northwest, service professionals such as the Snohomish County Sheriff and Search and Rescue, as well as support from the local community and a number of independent people who volunteered their time and services. Question number 10, cost benefit. Employees can be expensive, yes. But with this money, we hope to continue to hire the right employees, the employees who love being able to serve the public while protecting our lands. These employees are the ones who return year after year, decreasing money required for training purposes and being able to keep them where they can provide the best impact. The benefit they bring when funded by this grant is multiplied exponentially when you factor in the amazing things our employees do to improve recreational capabilities of our national forest for the public while doing the most good for the most people in mind. When we're able to invest in maintaining places, people are more likely to value, use, and return to these places, coming to places where they once camped as a child and sharing these wonderful experiences with their children and being able to carry on tradition. I'd like to end with a quote from Gifford Pinchot. When conflicting interests must be reconciled, the question will always be decided from the standpoint of the greatest good for the greatest number of people in the long run. This time, I'd like to thank you for your consideration and open up to you for any questions you might have for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Questions or comments from team members? And we'll start with you, Nancy.
Can you explain to me what outdoor R&D is for your visitation estimates?
So Outdoor R&D is a outside company. It's a recreation and data lab. The exact numbers that they concluded were 273,400 people from the months of May to October only.
Also, R&D is a combination of Washington State University and I think is it outdoor research? I don't remember.
believe so.
Anyways, they've been doing a number of years of trying to get a handle of how many people are recreating in these areas.
Could you say the name of it again? It cut out for
Sure.
me.
The name of it is Outdoor R&D Recreation and Data Lab.
Thank you. Next question is from Brian.
Hi, Jonathan. Nice job.
Thank you.
A quick question on volunteer help. I know in the metrics it said that you had used volunteers in the past. Is there going to be an opportunity to utilize that local resource in this grant anywhere?
We do have a volunteer program established, and we do have several private citizens who do volunteer work for us. And they do assist in some cleanup along the recreation areas of the forest.
Okay, thank you.
Brandon, you are next.
Oh, yeah, that was going to be my same question. But I also just wanted to say I appreciated your poetic outlook at backcountry toilets as someone who has cleaned and maintained them myself in the past.
Thank you very much. We share it.
Suzanne.
Hey, thanks for the great presentation. Clarifying question though, just wanted to make sure your description says that this is for trailheads, day use areas, and dispersed campsites, not including campgrounds, right? But then
Correct.
looking at your map of the mountain loop, it shows all of the campgrounds in there too. So just wanted to make sure I understood what the locations where the work occurs are.
So the work can occur anywhere that the public recreates in the forest, including hundreds of different dispersed campsites outside of developed campgrounds. The campgrounds on that map are really just for reference points. But you're correct that the crew does not go into or are not responsible for that maintenance within the developed campgrounds themselves. But they do work anywhere along the Mountain Loop Highway within the forest.
Okay, that works. Thanks.
And Gary.
Hi, Jonathan. Good presentation. I had two questions. First one was how much of your match is coming from Rec B versus appropriated dollars? Do you know that?
It's a good question.
Gary, I don't know off the top of my head. Quite a bit of it is actually from appropriated dollars.
Okay, thank you. And the second question is that 273,000 visitor use that you came up with, is that is just for the Mountain Loop itself and not the rest of the Darrington Ranger District?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
Any other questions or comments from team members? Well, Jonathan, thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
I think that's your end of your project. Okay, I'm going to give you a chance to double click to make sure you have control of the mouse. And then see, can you move? Okay, great, perfect. And then will you unmute yourself? Good job. And I think we are about ready to go, so you may begin.
All right. Hello, it's me again, Bridget Wisniewski from the Darrington District, and I'm I'm presenting the Darrington Wilderness Trail Crew Grant. It's number 22-1996, and it's in the non-motorized NOVA category. Huh, we're having operator error. Okay, oops, apologize. The Darrington District is 80 miles northeast of Seattle, located in Snohomish County, where more than 3 million people live within 2.5 hours of the project area. Number 1, need. The Darrington District is in the heart of the North Cascades. A combination of rain and snow, steep, unstable slopes, 80+ inches of precipitation a year leads to a highly dynamic environment. Floods, landslides, road failures, and fires have led to a large backlog of trail maintenance in the remote areas on the district. The damage from an initial event has a multiplying effect on trail maintenance. The landslide pictured above required 2 summers to repair. The result, less annual maintenance accomplished, turning it into deferred maintenance. The 2003 flood inflicted wounds to roads and trails, which the district is still trying to overcome today. Access roads to trailheads, once damaged, lead to longer approaches, increasing mobilization time, which means less work on trail maintenance. In the last 3 years, roads have been shut down due to forest fires, further restricting access. This grant will hire 3 seasonal employees for 2 years to work on 100 miles of backcountry trail. Many of these miles are deferred maintenance because of the natural disasters, a short working season, and road access issues. Number 1, need inventory. The Darrington District is over 500,000 acres large, but almost 2/3 of it is in congressionally designated wilderness. One can easily find themselves 25 to 30 miles from the nearest trailhead, of which there are few trailheads. It offers all the attributes of wilderness, that is solitude, untrammeled, remote, stunning, natural, and wild. Its uniqueness is remoteness and challenging access in a dramatic landscape. In a region with tremendous day hikes within an hour or 2 of Seattle, it is amazing to think once one can get 20 to 30 miles from roads and crowds. Need inventory. This is a snapshot of the Pacific Crest Trail on the Darrington District, all 54 miles of it. The purple lines on the north and south ends show 2 access trails. The Seattle River Trail at 7 miles long and the North Fork Sauk Trail at 8.5 miles. There are many side trails that take off from the PCT and provide wilderness access to locations on the Okanagan-Wenatchee Trail system within the Glacier Peak Wilderness. These trails also provide access to Glacier Peak, the most remote volcano in Washington. The Seattle and North Fork Sauk trails provide stock access to the Pacific Crest Trail, and the PCT is supposed to be stock accessible. However, deferred maintenance from natural disasters has reduced stock miles by more than half. We need knowledgeable crews to be able to fix these issues so that stock can get back there again. Need use. The number of people who visit this area is more than 6,100, is more than the 6,100 reported through registration at the district trailheads. Many users start their journey through the Glacier Peak Wilderness from other forest, districts, states, and even countries. The area draws many different types of users: hunters, long distance hikers, mountaineers, and less frequently stock users. A shift in users from stock-based to more lightweight, fast-moving visitors is occurring. But this is also because of the limited stock access because of the trail's conditions. PCT through and section hikers have been increasing in recent years due to a variety of reasons, from the pandemic to media hype. Many other loop and through hikes exist, such as the Blue Lakes Loop and the Ptarmigan Traverse, whose south terminus is on the Downey Creek Trail. Number 2, need fulfillment. The project will enable the district to hire a force account crew to be stationed for 2 months in the hard-to-reach backcountry. Mobilizing a crew that can stay continually in the area for long periods will enable more work to be accomplished. Presently, with 2 days to access an area, almost half their work time is spent going and coming. A force account crew can also do some of the major specialized trail work needed to get the trail to stock standard. This includes blasting rock, removing dangerous overhanging root wads, and regrading long stretches of trail that have slumped because of snow load, brush encroachment, landslides, and basic neglect. The work is time consuming, hence the lower number of miles for the amount of people assigned to the job. The remote and difficult nature of the work in the Glacier Peak Wilderness requires a well-planned and skilled course of action. Number 2, need fulfillment. The Darrington District needs to bring, The Darrington District needs to bring trails back up to standard, particularly for stock users, a traditional yet currently underserved user group on the district. Increasing stock access also increases force account crew and partner access, as they can have stock support. This will reduce mobilization costs and enable crews to work greater distances from the trailheads. Various other user groups will benefit from force account crews, such as hunters, anglers, dog walkers, backpackers, mountaineers, volunteer trail workers, photographers, trail runners, and I could keep going. Number 8, predominantly natural. The project area is a pristine environment and has intact, functioning ecosystems. Maintaining trails encourages users to stay on the established trails, reducing erosion and impacts on plant life. This keeps native species happy and healthy, promotes carbon storage, and provides for a resilient ecosystem by allowing natural processes to play out and continue to function. The PCT on the Darrington District can only be accessed by trail, and every mile of it is in the Glacier Peak Wilderness. The district prides itself on using traditional tools, which is also a requirement of the Wilderness Act. But with a 2-month season to reach, to access the remote high areas at 500 to 6,500 feet in elevation, we have not been successful with maintenance. One stretch of the PCT on the district has not seen maintenance since 2003. The area is 25 miles from a trailhead, requires 2 days to hike in, and stock cannot get within 15 miles of the location. Many of the locations are very beautiful, have unique histories, and can easily be loved to death without maintenance, like Image Lake. Number 9, project support. The Darrington Ranger District has the support of these user groups and government organizations. We have privileged to have such staunch support for decades and look forward to continuing our relationships with these groups. We all make each other stronger and better stewards for the resource. Number 10, cost benefit. Regardless of who goes in to do the work, there is a set amount of time required to reach the work area. For example, Michael Lake is halfway from either the Seattle River or the North Fork Sauk trailheads at about 27 miles. Any crew accessing this area is going to take 2 to 3 days. If a crew is planning on an 8-day campout, which is standard for volunteers and groups like Washington Conservation Corps, this means 4 to 6 days of the trip is mobilization, leaving at most 4 days to do actual work. This is not the most cost-effective or efficient way to accomplish work in an area this remote. This area requires specialized skills due to a series of slides, rock falls, and complex logs to remove. Region 6 of the Forest Service has made Glacier Peak access a priority within the region. They are providing funding for Washington Conservation Corps crews, mobilization, and infrastructure improvements through the Great American Outdoors Act. This has created a unique opportunity to have funding from multiple sources in order to reduce the deferred maintenance and increase access to this rugged and remote area. Some of this work has been completed, with additional work being performed in the next 2 years. Thank you, and any questions?
Questions or comments from team members? Go ahead, Nancy.
Have you guys utilized WCC crews on projects like this in the past?
Yes, I've been working with the Pacific Crest Trail Association, and I've had, for the past 2 years, 4 crews come out, and I generally.
With the PCTA?
Yeah, it's complicated. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, but I understand it, so you can say it all. So with the PCTA you have, but have you used the Washington Conservation Corps?
I haven't hired them myself. They don't have the funding for that.
Okay. Yeah, so 8-day tours is pretty standard
It
in some
is.
of those backcountry. Yep. Perfect.
Um,
Thank you.
Just FYI, I have my crew on a schedule of 9 days, which actually gives me an extra day of work out of my crew.
Okay, Denise, you're next.
Can you explain a bit more about the donated labor? You have 3 categories or 3 listings.
I had backcountry crosscut crew.
Okay.
I have Washington Trails Association and the Pacific Crest Trail Association. They all
Okay.
3 provide labor out there. Also, the backcountry horsemen have talked about helping us get the crews mobilized to some of these areas.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none. Bridget, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just want to let you and Jonathan know the scoring should be finished up this week, and we hope to be able to share results with you next week.
Great.
Thanks much.
Yeah, thank you all for doing this. I know it's a lot of work on your part.
Team members, we have a break, and this one is a little longer break. But if you can get back here by 10 o'clock, we will keep things moving and see if we can get ourselves out of here a little earlier today. So if everybody can be back by 10, we'll start up with our next project. Good morning, Ben.
Good morning, Marguerite. Nice to meet you virtually.
Good. Are
How's
you
everything?
presenting this next project?
I am, if that's okay with you.
It sounds like a great idea. Team members, hopefully we gave you enough time for that break. And if you are back in place, I will turn the mouse controls over to Ben. And Ben, why don't you double click to make sure you have control?
I do, thank you.
Excellent. And I am resetting my clock here. So you may begin.
Thank you, Marguerite. And thank you, everyone. My name is Ben Cooksey with Washington State Department of Natural Resources. I'll just say DNR from here on. And I wanted to thank you for the huge time commitment you've made to support RCO projects. The DNR will use this grant to help develop a new trailhead in Reeder Foothills State Forest. It's located between the towns of Gold Bar and Index in the Skykomish Valley. Reeder is part of DNR's working forest model that incorporates recreation into forests managed as state trust lands. This shovel-ready project will provide public access to over 33 miles of highly technical, safe and sustainable trails for a variety of ORVs, and will serve our 7 miles of non-motorized trails for hikers, equestrians, rock climbers, hunters, mountain bikers, and just about anything else you'd want to do in the woods. So let's look at the project a little bit. All plans and permits have been acquired for this awesome project, and this NOVA grant request for $719,000 is the last piece of the puzzle before we can begin construction. This facility will include 40 truck and trailer parking stalls, 34 standard vehicle stalls, 5 ADA stalls down here to the right, 2 information kiosks, a secured stormwater detention pond, which you can't really see is located at the very far west end of this, and of course, restroom facilities down by the ADA locations. After 15 years of research and collaboration, DNR really envisions this trailhead to be a desperately needed center for community among many different recreation groups. We believe so strongly in this vision that DNR has already funded all of the A&E work and permitting and is willing to bring another $725,000 of our capital budget to the table to see this project to completion. Being centrally located in the Reeder Foothills Forest, this trailhead will serve both motorized and non-motorized trails. And this slide is just a really cool rendering of the entrance to the trailhead when you come in. Next, I would like to introduce the need for this project and to place Reeder on the map. Over half of the state's population is within a 2 hours drive of Reeder. And the primary service area includes Whatcom, Skagit, Snohomish, King, and Island counties. Although for one of our large events, like the annual Reeder Rock Crawl, people also come from British Columbia, Idaho, Arizona, and Oregon. And if you talk to just about any ORV enthusiast in Western Washington, they will have a story to tell you about their favorite trail adventure at Reeder. A little background about need. Reeder Foothills Forest was closed to the public in 2009 due to recreation overuse and abuse on mostly feral trails. Prior to Reeder's closing, there were also several injuries, including ORV fatalities, illegal dumping, and damage to public infrastructure. Developing this plan took close to 3 years and included an advisory committee comprised of hikers, mountain bikers, horseback riders, 4x4 enthusiasts, ATV riders, dirt and trials motorcyclists, and neighboring land managers from Washington State Parks and the U.S. Forest Service. All suitable ORV and recreation types were considered in the planning and development of Reeder's safe and sustainable trail network. This plan guided our SEPA process and planning, and the Trailhead project will complete this recreation plan and fulfill our commitments to the public. When Reader closed in 2009, there were an estimated 40,000 annual visitors on about 50 miles of unsanctioned trails. At that time, the forest was shut down to public access and the trails were redeveloped using an investment of just over $4 million of NOVA and DNR capital funds. Since reopening in 2014, visitation has steadily climbed to about 76,000 visitors annually. And that's based on cell phone visitation data, traffic counters, and staff reports. So we have this increasing use. We have this huge need. The good news is that we have nearly twice as many visitors that we had before we had to close and redevelop the trails. The not so good news is that we have a tremendous parking issue. And we hope to solve that by building this trailhead. These photos show our temporary parking area that has never been large enough to serve our visitors and who often bring very large trailers for their vehicles. There currently is no other parking area that serves our ORV area. Now discuss need fulfillment a little bit. The first phase of our trail development SEPA was completed in the spring of 2022. Here in the black circle, you can see the location of the trailhead in relationship to the ORV trails. Sorry, they kind of covered up a little bit here. Just off of Reader Road, about 3 miles from Highway 2. DNR spent years looking for the perfect spot for this trailhead to avoid impacts to wetlands and habitat. This project will meet the needs of this service area and the underserved groups in the ORV community who have very few options left in Western Washington. Now I'd like to mention a few things that make this place really unique. Reader is a 4-season destination that is accessible all year long with many vista sites and beautiful destinations. Our district manages the area with 3 permanent staff and 1 Washington Conservation Corps trail crew that's based in Monroe. Our ORV Vista sites are amazing destinations, and currently trucks and trailers have to double and triple park along the road in a few places that have just gradually widened, barely big enough to let them through. These parking issues require significant staff time to manage on a daily basis and draws the attention away from the real need of trails, education, and enforcement. Reader Foothills is widely known for its challenging ORV trails and draws large events every year. This is a unique playground where visitors from all over the PNW come to challenge their skills and vehicles. No other place offers this combination of challenge and natural beauty and proximity to these user groups, although many of my colleagues feel the same about their respective landscapes too. Reader Foothills is also known for its challenging trials bike riding and natural obstacles. Reader also provides opportunities for ATV riders, dirt bike riders, and other 4x4 users like stock Jeeps. And when there is snow, like there is right now, there's plenty of winter opportunities for fun. Just want to highlight that we've had extensive user input has been the driver for this project. We hold monthly parties, work parties that schedule for volunteers to get dirty and provide direct input on the Reader Trail projects. On top of this, we have adopt-a-site agreements with the Puget Sound Trailers and Northwest Quad Association, and adopt-a-trail agreements are currently being drafted and discussed with other groups such as the PNW Four-Wheel Drive Association and the PNW Jeep Girl Tribe. A little bit about the project design. In 2010, the Reader Foothills Rec Planning Team inventoried all the critical areas, including slopes over 33%. The City of Index has an aquifer recharge area in Reader Foothills. All the wetlands, stream and wetland buffers, landslide deposits, rockfall avalanche areas, soils with high erosion potential, and FEMA's 100 flood year plain. This comprehensive inventory has driven the site suitability for the development and maintenance of both the trailhead location and the entire trail system. Just a word about the City of Index Aquifer Recharge Area. Having a centralized trailhead is also critical to be able to offer public education around safe and sustainable riding and to protect natural and cultural resources. The trailhead education signage on kiosks will help to inform users around protecting the City of Index aquifer recharge area. Our trails prioritize using natural materials and focus on water quality and public safety to have DNR staff coverage 365 days a year. DNR's recreation and timber sale programs collaborated on several recent projects to not only protect the trail system at Reeder, but also help install a bridge over a major stream. And by collaborating on the sale layout and the long-term trails plan, DNR saved roughly $300,000 and coordinated a 2-year project to install this bridge. We also prevented unnecessary trail crossings for timber harvest equipment and added language in the contracts that required log cribbing so that heavy equipment wouldn't churn over the trail beds. As a shovel-ready project, we currently have all the required permits in hand and are ready to begin construction. DNR is both the landowner and has extensive resources for supporting project management from multiple agency divisions. Our project is supported by a long list of advocates who have submitted letters of support for this grant, as well as many previous grant cycles. Some of these advocates are listed here. And our supporters back up their words with over 2,000 hours of volunteer labor each year, along with donated equipment, tools, and materials. The cost to fund this project is significant at just over $1.8 million, but the benefits to our community and Nova riders will far exceed this dollar amount. One supporter wanted to highlight that Reeder is a Pacific Northwest showcase for other groups and land managers to learn from. And the owner of Premier Polaris in Monroe stated that proximity to Reeder Foothills was a major reason for moving their business to the Skykomish Valley. And many other folks want to spread the word about Reeder's important role in exceeding the expectations of Nova riders. Yeah, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Questions and comments from the team members. We'll start with Nancy.
Hi, Nancy.
Hello. Hey, so based on your map, I see that, oh, I don't have it in front of me. Can you pull your map back up as your location map?
Sure.
Maybe I do have it.
I've got a few maps. Which one particularly?
The one with the location.
Okay, back up in this one or?
Yes, right there. Okay. So, those 2 roads that extend from there, are they open to motorized use?
The 2 roads that extend
to get either to the 4x4 or the dirt bike system?
Yes, they're well, the trails have not been connected yet, but there is road access to get to the trailhead location.
On your motorized equipment?
I'm sorry. Can you ask your question one more time?
If I unload my dirt bike in that parking lot, in this proposed parking lot, can I legally ride to the trail system at the time this parking lot opens?
Of course, that's really critical to maintaining the design of this. But as of now,
cutting out?
No, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, I can hear you. I was just checking. At
this time, there's a 1/4 mile gap in the trail network between where the parking lot is supposed to be. We haven't finished those trails yet because we haven't finished the trailhead yet. As soon as we do, we'll finish that last 1/4 mile. And so, yes, you can unload from that parking lot and ride directly to the entire trail network.
And will that be true for all motorized users? Because the 4x4 will have access from there too, yes?
It is. All ORV riders will have access from that trailhead. And that's the main goal of this project.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
And next up is Bryant.
Hi, Ben. Wow,
Hi,
that's
Brian.
that's a project.
Thanks.
Big numbers. Two things, a little bit on what Nancy might be saying or what I was thinking. Do you have a separate access point for the motorized and non-motorized folks?
So they exit from the trailhead, they exit from the same place, but the trails split off and go in different directions. And in the middle of the trail network right now is currently about 360 to 390 acres of what we call no person's land that kind of gives that noise and trail buffer between the two areas.
Okay, nice, nice. You mentioned WWRP in this one as a potential addition. Is that a match?
Do you have it on self-page?
Is that a match, sir?
Yeah, is that part of a match? And then what if it is not awarded, or is it currently been awarded?
It's above the governor's cutoff line, but has not been awarded yet.
So if it's not, how much does that affect your metrics for cost or what you might have to come up with?
I think that would really depend on whether we are able to get this grant or not. If we're able to secure this grant, then we'd probably be able to move forward because the cost metrics would be close enough that DNR would be able to find the rest. I can't speak for my bosses right now. They might not appreciate that, but we're very, very close.
So
Okay.
Ben, let me just make sure I'm clear about this. The WRP grant is state lands development.
Yes.
And so just for the benefit of the advisors, the amount of funds requested for that category, they should be in pretty good shape for receiving those grant funds. Based on what the governor has requested in the budget, we won't know for sure until after the legislature approves things, but we are expecting enough money for those projects.
Thank you, Marguerite, for clarifying that much better than I could.
And Kathy, you have questions or comments?
I do. Yes. Hi, Ben. Great
Hi, Kathy.
presentation.
Thank you.
And I really appreciated that rendering of your parking area. I think it really gives everybody an ideal view of how it's going to be set up. You covered the needs of the truck and trailer, the long parking stalls. So I had just a quick question on the motorized versus non-motorized use. And I know it's not technically in scope for this project, but can you speak to how, again, that access is going to be gained and the separation and trail availability of the both user groups?
Sure, of course. The renderings were done by our landscape architect in Olympia. Rain did a fantastic job on those. So I just had to put them all in because they really help present the vision for the project.
Yes.
So Kathy, to answer your question, really, it's a simple solution. We just have trails that are going to connect the trailhead parking lot to the trail network, and some of those trails have options because it's a working forest model. We have log haul roads that are already in place, so users will have an option of how they want to access those trails. They'll have what we call the May Creek Mainline Road that will be accessed by trail, and they will have a choice of whether they want to, use a climbing trail that's specifically, designed for equestrian or mountain bike use, or they can stay on May Creek Mainline and do, exploration on the Forest Service Road there too. And all the ORV trails are already accessible from this kind of main picture that you see on the screen here. And the center hub for that is what we call the Deer Creek Flats Mainline. So that is a mainline road that accesses the entire trail network. So it's really important for the design of the entire area that the trailhead is centrally located to both of those areas, and that no one has to get back in their car to go anywhere. Right.
Right.
We want to park and we want to forget.
Okay.
Does that help answer your question?
It does. It does. And just, I think that you touched on that there will be a kind of a separation from the motorized, non-motorized, and the choice will be out there, and perhaps signage that will guide the multiple users that will also access the ORV trail network. So
and because
great job.
Thank you. Because that center buffer is large enough, if anyone hears, a dirt bike running through, and that is basically the Bonneville Power Lines easement. So if anyone hears or sees a dirt bike in the area, they'll probably call us, and there's going to be a pretty large buffer
in between. Great, thank you.
Sure.
And so just to clarify, for those of you that are not as familiar with it, WRP stands for the Washington Wildlife and Recreation Program. It is a state grant program that's funded with state bond monies. And those funds can only be used for non-motorized trails. So a part of the reason DNR has packaged this up is to help reflect that there are ORV dollars being used for portions of it, and there are dollars coming out of a non-motorized fund source to be used for other portions of the project proposal. So hopefully that helps answer a little bit of that question. And Crystal, I think you might have a question or a comment.
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Ben. 2 questions for you. First of all, how many miles of 4x4 trails are accessible from this trailhead?
The ORV trail areas is just over 33 miles.
33 miles of 4x4 trails?
4x4 specific is just under 4 miles, 3.9.
4
And
miles of
again,
4x4 trails.
And again, those are the highly technical rock crawling specific areas combined with some other, there's a wide variety. There's 4 skill levels that have gatekeepers and signage that's posting so that people don't try to take their, really cool RAV4 onto a huge boulder rock crawling area, which has happened only a couple times. And so, yeah, but that 4x4 area is very small and utilizes a dense footprint of really highly technical rock crawling.
Okay. And second question I'm seeing on this slide, it says cost of not funding, loss of opportunity. Are you indicating that if this grant doesn't go through, that this area would be closed?
I really can't speculate on needing to close the area. I can't say that, Crystal. We're going to do everything we can to keep the area open for riders. We've put too much time and money into this, into Reader Foothills to even think about closing it. What we're trying to do is just maximize the benefit to riders and to give them parking that is really safe and is sustainable for the environment as well. The loss of opportunity I'm referring to here is that just people, when they come on a busy Saturday morning and everything's filled up and they have a really large trailer and there's no other place to go, they're going to have to turn around and drive out, and they have to go other places.
Okay.
There's just no place to park.
And so one more question here. How many events are allowed at this location per year? Like volunteer events, off-road events?
We have a lot of events going on. We have a standard monthly volunteer event that anyone is welcome to come to. On top of that, each of our user groups, including the Pacific Northwest Quad Association, the Jeep Girl Tribe, and all the other groups, they have their own maintenance volunteer days that they put in.
Oh, I meant not maintenance, but I mean like it's a very fancy facility. So I'm wondering, are like Jeep clubs allowed to have events there, and how many per year are they allowed to have?
Sure. We work with them to have as many as they want to hold. But we work around the schedule to make sure none of them are on the same day.
Okay, that's fair.
There's
no limit.
There's no limit to the amount of events they have, but we have to limit the amount of vehicles that can show up and trailers so where they can actually fit.
What's the current limits on events now versus what it will be after this?
I'm sorry, but we are way past time on this project.
Sorry,
So
Marguerite.
Very quickly, Ben, can you answer that last question?
Yeah, the limits are about 50 truck and trailers can attend right now. And after the project, we'll be able to double that, close to 100 truck and trailers.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, everybody, for your questions.
Gary, did you have a question that you needed answered as well, or comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Ben, it's a great presentation. I've been out there and seen some of the trails, and for me, it's just really frustrating because there's so many needs all across the state from motorized and other users that there just isn't enough funding out there to handle all of it. So thank you for your presentation, and I'll have to grapple with that myself.
Of course, you have a tough job. Thank you, Gary.
So Ben, are you presenting the maintenance project?
I am.
Okay.
Does anyone need a break before we go on?
No, they do not.
Good.
Thanks for giving them that opportunity.
All right, we'll keep rolling, Marguerite. You tell me when to begin.
So what I need you to do is, because I've had control of the mouse, is for you to just check and make sure. Okay.
All right, I think I'm good.
I've got your clock reset, so you may begin.
Thank you. Again, some of this information will be redundant, but I'll try to go past that as quickly as possible. I'll be presenting Washington DNR's grant application 22-2251 for maintenance and operations in the Reeder Foothills Forest. We are requesting $191,000 of NOVA ORV funds to help fund one full-time trail steward dedicated to the Reeder Foothills ORV riding area. As a quick review, in case there are any new committee members, Reeder was closed to public access in 2009 due to severe ORV overuse, and then the trail system was rebuilt with 8 subsequent development grants from RCO and DNR capital funds. The Reeder Foothills Forest Recreation Plan took close to 3 years and included extensive feedback from all types of user groups. NOVA funds have been instrumental in partnering with DNR capital funds to develop these trails, especially considering that DNR is the newest state agency to adopt recreation as part of its mission. We hope to continue our partnership with NOVA to maintain this very important investment. As I mentioned before, Reeder is one of the closest designated ORV areas to over half of Washington ORV riders. And using cell phone visitation data, this map shows where Reeder visitors come from. And while about 71% of visitors come from Snohomish County, that means that about 1/3 of our visitors are making the drive from outside of the local area. Sorry, there's a little delay here with slides.
And why don't you double click again?
You got it.
Now use your arrows. Okay.
Thanks. In 2020, the Department of Licensing reported just over 13,000 ORV registrations in King, Snohomish, and Skagit counties combined, which makes up almost 1/3 of all ORV registrations in the entire state. There is currently only one other designated ORV area north of Seattle, and that's Walker Valley in Skagit County. And while there are only a few designated areas on public land to go ORV riding, Reeder Foothills is the closest designated ORV area to where most of these NOVA riders live. Reeder is not only the closest opportunity for ORV riding, it was also built with the highest quality trail system standards for safety and sustainability. Our trails were built with thousands of hours of volunteer support and feedback in a truly collaborative exchange of ideas and techniques. I'll touch more on that in a little bit. And still further describing need, in 2009, when we were closed, there was an estimated 40,000 annual visitors on those 50 miles of unsanctioned trails. Again, I'm repeating myself, the landscape was developed at just over $4 million of grant and state funds. And our visitation is right now just over 76,000 people annually. So talking about need a little bit more, in addition to maintaining the many projects at Reeder, our trail steward supervises the decommissioning of unsanctioned or feral trails that persistently and almost magically appear sometime between Friday afternoon and Monday morning. Our WCC crew also helps significantly with these trail closure projects. They take up a lot of time. Going back to our cell phone visitation data, this heat map shows that you'll find people recreating all over Reeder Foothills Forest, even if it's a little creepy that we know this. The ORV areas are on the east side, while the non-motorized trails are all over here to the west. The non-motorized trails are maintained with volunteer and WCC time, while our trail steward focuses on the motorized areas to the east. And this includes the 2 restrooms and the 33 miles of total ORV trails that I mentioned earlier. This area in the middle is kind of that buffer zone, just to clarify and highlight it again. Using some of that cell phone visitation data I mentioned before, this chart highlights the economic impact that Reader visitors have had on the local economy. For the purposes of this report, local was limited to spending within 50 miles, both before and after a unique visit to Reader. This report, sponsored by the DFW, estimates a total economic impact to the local community, if you add up all of the local and outside of the area visitations, to just over $8.5 million. So a significant impact to the local community. Nova has invested just over $4 million developing this trail system, and it is getting used every day with huge positive feedback from visitors. Reader now has over 33 miles of ORV trails open 365 days a year that have been developed by DNR capital funds and 8 RCO grants. The town of Index's critical aquifer recharge area is located in the Reader Foothills Forest, as I mentioned before. All of the sanctioned trails are outside of the CARA, but many of the illegal and unsanctioned trails still creep within the CARA, putting at risk the town's drinking water. These funds and state funds are also required to ensure sanctioned trails are open and accessible so that people have a place to go that is out of the critical aquifer recharge area, and that is kind of needed on a daily basis. Nova funds helped us to buy spill kits for our staff, and they're available for general public use through our staff that's on site, through our education and enforcement officer and our trail steward. Nova funds also helped us buy educational signage throughout the road and trail system to inform and protect the CARA, but those signs are favorite target practice signs, and I have to be replaced all the time. Now I want to flex a little bit about our amazing ORV trails. Reader's trails are built to adopted engineering design standards to minimize the need for ongoing maintenance. But in spite of this, the high horsepower vehicles move things around quite a bit, and it keeps our trail steward and volunteers constantly addressing issues. These trail specs allow DNR to build technical trails to meet user expectations. They wanted to be really challenged, right? You can see from these photos. But they're also kind of working outside of the classic US Forest Service design parameters for trails. They're very unique. These design specs take into account the maximum distance that most 4x4 vehicles can tilt front to back and side to side. This gets directly applied during the physical construction of the trails. All of our trails are built and maintained using locally sourced materials and pervious surface design. And we also maintain a construction general stormwater permit with the Department of Ecology. As I mentioned before, we've had extensive user input as the driver for the development of these trails. The volunteers often schedule their annual vacation leave from their jobs around our trail planning and construction schedules. People are really invested and have ownership in our trails at Reader. We want to match that by having good service with our trail steward and being able to provide them with the materials that they need to maintain the trails. We received a broad coalition of support for this grant. Past and present supporters include the entire Snohomish County Council, Congresswoman Susan DelBene, and each state representative and senator from Washington's 39th Congressional District. We are also deepening relationships with local businesses, conservation nonprofits, agency partners, and other people. But the real heroes of Reader Foothills are the volunteer groups, many of whom submitted letters of support for every grant round since 2010. And then again, back that up with monthly, sometimes bi-weekly support by heading out onto the trails with their shovels. The commitments from our partners add up to over 800 hours of volunteerism each year, and especially for 2023, we're staying on track to have all the groups coming back. Other testimonials illustrate the need for this grant to maintain the health and safety of the community, as well as protect the environment from trails that are not so safe and sustainable. The current cost per mile for RCO share is $3,030 per mile annually, which also covers cleaning the restrooms, the signage, trash removal, protection of the vegetation from riders who are a little overexcited, and other projects. The complete project, including DNR's match of $211,000, will fund one trail steward for 24 months, 4 months of recreation manager time, 4 months of WCC crew time, and will cover all the equipment rentals for excavators and loaders, our tools necessary, the DNR agency vehicles, the fuel, the supplies, and the rock needed for these projects. One side note that's important is that cost per mile is really not an accurate metric to assess the value of this unique area. Cost per obstacle is really a better metric because it is the technical challenge that readers, 4x4 users seek. Shorter, more challenging trails are not only what 4x4 users of Reader Forest are asking for, but is much more environmentally sustainable. Hundreds of miles of trails with only a few obstacles is not what the Reader area was planned for, according to the public planning process. The density of obstacles in Reader is what sets this trail system apart from any other trail system in the state. The large rock obstacles are also the most expensive part of both the trail development and the maintenance. They require a lot of labor and equipment to maintain. My favorite side benefit to these projects is the investment we are making in our youth through the WCC and Northwest Youth Corps specifically. This provides an entry-level experience into the field of recreation and conservation, and many people end up pursuing a career in the field after their one-year stint. While we know that the main benefit to our community is measured in the wonder, fun, and quality time spent outdoors together, we call this the quality of life. Maintaining Reader Foothills Forest also brings significant revenue to the local economy, as mentioned. The local Polaris dealer reports continued growth in ORV sales in spite of there being significant challenges to opening new riding areas. Thank you. I hope I haven't gone over time. I appreciate everyone's patience and listening this morning.
Thank you, Ben. Ben, I do have one question for you. Has DNR submitted an RTP application for maintenance of this area?
Maybe in the past, but since I've started a year ago, we have not. Is that something you would recommend I should look into?
Yes.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Other questions or comments for Ben about this project? Go ahead, Lance.
I haven't ridden there in a few years, but I will say the trails are really nice. I do enjoy going there. One question I had, has the new SEPA been done there? That's what John Graham was telling me a couple years ago, and do the next phase of trail building. Just a question I'm curious about.
The new SEPA has not been completed yet. We're still busy finishing out the first round of SEPA and then focusing on the trailhead development before we can move on with that next phase of trail development.
Thank you.
Nancy, you have comments or questions?
I do have a question because my math and your math are not adding up. So maybe I'm missing something.
Oh no, math.
Yeah, well, I'm good at it. Specifically under trail maintenance in the metrics, I see 345,000 just for trail maintenance, not material. And, you know, I do that as a division by math of 33 miles. That's 10,000 divided by 2 years. So I've got $5,000 a mile for maintenance. Is that, am I missing something here?
No, you're absolutely correct. I didn't specify on that slide that that RCO's share was that $3,030 and that the rest on top, to include your math, was the DNR share, and that is included because we use volunteer time and materials as part of that match. So if you add up the entire cost of maintaining it. You're right. Your math is correct. I should have specified that on this.
Okay, no, I just try to be consistent for every project, and that's the metrics and the way I do the math. So for consistency, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Crystal.
Hi again.
Hi.
I was wondering, so we're coming back to the 4 miles of 4x4 trails. Is 4 miles enough to keep that community engaged and happy and satisfied, or are there plans in the future for additional 4x4 trails?
Well, so in addition to that rock crawl area, there's another 4 miles of area that they can explore. Those 4 miles that I mentioned are just the really highly technical rock crawling areas. So there are more miles for them to explore in the Reeder Foothills area, but to answer your question, they keep coming back day after day, week after week.
Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm just, what is the other 4 miles that they can explore? What's the terrain there like?
It's more for stock Jeeps or Jeeps that are mildly modified.
Okay. Is it trails or gravel roads?
Trails.
Actual trails. And
Yes.
Dirt surface or gravel?
Well, we have to use a lot of gravel to maintain the surfaces, but it's a combination of lower rocks with
Okay.
with a lot of gravel.
So there's technically 4 miles of 8 miles of 4x4 trails then, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but to include all of the trails in that area, but it really depends on the type of vehicle you're using, and where people can go.
Okay.
But yeah,
Thank you.
8 miles. If you had a highly modified 4x4, then you could access around 8 miles, of the highly technical trails.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments about the Reeder maintenance project? Well then, thank you very much.
You're welcome, and thank you everybody for your time today.
And our next project is Snoqualmie Corridor. And is it the other Ben that's going to present this project?
Yep, it's another Ben from DNR.
That's quite all right. I'm just going to stop from Ben C and go to Ben M. And don't touch the mouse for a moment. Okay, that's good. Right. So now, Ben, why don't you just double click, make sure you have control, and then use your arrows to go back, the arrows on your keyboard to go back. Is that your? There you are, getting to the first one. Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, I'm going to reset my clock here. And you may begin.
Okay, well, my name is Ben Mayberry, and I work with the Washington State Department of Natural Resources in the Snoqualmie Corridor. I am presenting on our grant application number 22-2076 in the NOVA non-motorized maintenance and operations category, which seeks funding primarily for DNR staff positions to support maintenance of our recreational trails and facilities. The Snoqualmie Corridor is located in DNR's South Puget Sound region within King County and approximately 20 to 30 miles east of Seattle. It consists of approximately 55,000 acres of DNR managed lands and is roughly a 50-50 split between both working forests as well as natural resource conservation areas, or NRCAs. The overall Snoqualmie Corridor contains approximately 200 miles of non-motorized trails, 13 recreation sites, and over 2 million estimated annual user visits. And then the project area for this grant application, which consists of NOVA eligible sites within the Snoqualmie Corridor, contains approximately 160 miles of non-motorized trails, 4 trailheads, and over 1.25 million estimated annual user visits. Looking more closely at the project area, this grant will specifically provide funding to help with the maintenance of trails and facilities located in West Tiger Mountain NRCA, Tiger Mountain State Forest, Raging River State Forest, Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area, and a little bit to the east outside of North Bend. It will also include maintenance of portions of Middle Fork Snoqualmie NRCA, outlined in yellow towards the bottom of this slide. Our grant application is for $150,000 with DNR providing over 50% in match. RCO funds will be used primarily to provide partial funding for DNR staff positions who will either directly perform maintenance of trails and facilities or who will coordinate with partners and contractors that are performing maintenance work. The Snoqualmie Corridor has generated a number of management plans over the years. Most recently in 2015, we passed the Snoqualmie Corridor Recreation Plan. One of its primary objectives is to, quote, provide and maintain a network of designated facilities that are safe, enjoyable, and sustainable. DNR has been really successful in providing the recreational facilities that were identified in that plan, often with the support of RCO development grants. And we are continuing to seek additional funding from RCO to also maintain the facilities and to protect those previous RCO investments. Our other available funding sources are insufficient to fully meet our maintenance needs, and it continues to be critical that we receive RCO funding. I have a few slides now looking more closely at some of our inventory. Just speaking generally, our landscape provides unique recreational experiences that are not otherwise available in the local area. This includes both opportunities for specific user groups, as well as the availability of year-round access and the accessibility of our landscape due to its proximity to population centers. First up in our inventory is West Tiger Mountain NRCA. This area contains over 40 miles of trails that are primarily managed for pedestrian use. It is accessible by Trailhead Direct, which is a King County Metro Trailhead transit service, as well as other forms of transit from the city of Issaquah. Next up is Tiger Mountain State Forest. This area contains over 50 miles of trails, which includes the East Tiger Mountain Bike Trail system, as well as a small system of equestrian trails on South Tiger. This also includes 2 paragliding launch sites at Poo-Poo Point that are served by a shuttle. And just east of Tiger Mountain, we have both Raging River State Forest and Rattlesnake Mountain Scenic Area. Raging River contains another mountain bike PMO trail system that currently consists of 25 miles of trails with additional trail miles, as well as connections to nearby trail systems currently planned. Rattlesnake Mountain contains an 11-mile long hiking trail that leads to several viewpoints and also connects into Rattlesnake Ledge, managed by Seattle Public Utilities. Further east, just outside of North Bend, is the Mailbox Peak Trailhead. This trail has become a sort of training or proving ground in the hiking community, and it received over 40,000 visitors in 2021. This site is also accessible by Trailhead Direct. And then last up, we have Dirty Harry's Balcony and the Far Side Climbing Area in Middle Fork Snoqualmie NRCA. I think the big highlight here is the Far Side Climbing Area, which is one of the closest and most accessible outdoor climbing areas to the Seattle metro area. It offers a number of crags that are friendly to beginner or intermediate climbers and is a major destination for K through 12 outdoor programs that are introducing kids to rock climbing. Moving on to talk about use, we are a heavily used area. Again, we receive an estimated 1.25 million annual user visits in the project area alone. As an example of this, this is a photo of a trailhead that was designed with 180 designated spaces. On peak spring and summer days, we've counted as many as 250 cars packed into this trailhead, similar to what you see in this picture. This is another similar example. This is a trailhead that was opened in 2017 and has 118 designated spaces. When it first opened, it really kind of seemed like overkill to me. It seemed very large, and then just within a couple of years, it began to overflow on peak hiking days like you see in this photo. Another aspect of our use is that we experience high levels of use throughout the year, largely due to our proximity to population centers, as well as our relatively low elevation terrain and our minimal snowpack. So for example, here are the elevations above sea level of the trailheads in this grant application. These sites are snow-free throughout the winter, except during our infrequent lowland snow events. To further illustrate our high use throughout the year, these charts show monthly and daily visitation estimates. This is also based on data collected from cell phones. So there's clearly a peak visitation season from kind of April through September, but you can also see that the visitation during the rest of the year remains kind of somewhere around 50% or higher of the peak visitation season. The next several slides are going to show examples of maintenance work that is typical of our landscape and represents some of the types of work that this grant would help to complete. The first example is brushing. So because we are located at relatively low elevations on the west side of the Cascades, pretty extensive brushing is necessary on many of our trails in order to keep them safe and enjoyable for the public. Very similar to that, our trails are located in densely forested environments. And every single year we remove many down trees to keep trails open and passable. It's also worth noting that because of our high year-round visitation, we also regularly clear trails more than one time in one season. So if we have 4 wind events, we may clear a trail 4 separate times in order to keep up with visitation. As part of our maintenance backlog, we have a number of aging structures on our landscape that are in need of replacement. These can be large log stringer bridges like this example shown here, which is currently being replaced as part of a FEMA project. And they can also be smaller and simpler structures like this wood boardwalk that failed recently and was replaced with a steel structure. We also routinely repair structures damaged by downed trees and limbs. We have approximately 50 recreational trail bridges on our landscape, which creates pretty significant exposure to this type of damage every single winter. As an example of a larger maintenance project, we also periodically relocate or reroute segments of some of our older trails that were constructed in unsustainable locations, or they may have never been designed to accommodate our current levels of use, or maybe they no longer provide the desired user experience. And so in this recent example, the Poo Poo Point Trail was relocated to improve sustainability, remove some steep grades, and also to provide a more efficient and enjoyable route to Poo Poo Point. We have many of our older trails that have similar needs for us to work on incrementally in the future over time. Our landscape is in a predominantly natural setting. Our NRCAs are managed primarily for conservation, and they only serve low impact, non-motorized recreation. And then also in our state forests, the road systems are gated at the entrance and public motorized access is not allowed, which makes them predominantly natural, I think. And another component is that our landscapes and our trail systems are large enough overall that it's actually possible to find solitude in many parts of them. We are fortunate to receive a pretty exceptional amount of support from the public, our partners, and our users. The logos shown here are from project partners that have either provided letters of support for this grant or who organize volunteer programs that donate labor, equipment, and materials to our maintenance projects or who help us with planning our maintenance projects. The Snoqualmie Corridor Recreation Plan also identified grant funding as the #1 strategy for sustainable funding for maintenance and operation activities. And portions of our match for this project will also come from maintenance funding that's expected in the 2023 state operating budget, as well as potentially funding in the 23 state capital budget. As mentioned, we work with a number of groups whose volunteer programs help us to plan and meet our maintenance objectives. So these are a few groups that have recently worked with us to provide donated volunteer labor, equipment, and materials. And then our recreation sites also regularly appear in media coverage. A few examples from 2022 are shown here, including a recently constructed trail that was recognized with an Outstanding Trail Award at the Washington State Trail Coalition Conference. The funding in this request would provide approximately $1,000 per mile for each trail mile in the project area. Another way of looking at this would be 12 cents per user visit. Without RCO funding, again, our alternate funding sources are insufficient for our needs, and we could see a decline in our maintenance and operations activities as shown here. With grant funding, we would have access to a more diversified and complementary set of funding sources, which would help us to meet our main objectives as shown here. The recreational facilities maintained with this grant funding are estimated to create tens of millions of dollars in economic output, hundreds of jobs, and millions of dollars in tax contributions. The estimates that are shown here represent just a portion of the project area for where we have data. And lastly, RCO can have confidence in our project budget based on our successful history of implementing other RCO development and maintenance grants, as well as our strong relationships with partners who help us to implement all of this work. We have staff, youth crews, and finalized agreements with partners that are all in place and are all necessary to actually getting work done on the ground. And really what we need is continual funding to help make that happen. Thank you for listening, and I'll take any questions you have.
Questions or comments from team members? To Richard and then Brandon.
Hi, Ben. Thanks for doing such a terrific job in this very high demand area. Is the age of the trail system a major issue in terms of your maintenance requirements? Seems like some of those trails must be 40, 50 years old.
Yeah, the age of our trails is very varied across our landscape. So we have a lot of trails that have been more recently constructed with much better practices and they're more sustainable. And then certainly some of our trails that were probably built in the 70s, 80s, kind of a whole different time frame. Resources were very different. There's a pretty large amount of work that can be done to improve those and bring them up to kind of how we want them to be today, both for the environment and both for our users. So that is it's not true on every part of the landscape, but in some areas, West Tiger Mountain being one example, there's a lot of potential for that and a lot of needs.
Brandon.
Hey, Ben, how you doing?
Hey.
Hey, just wanted to say it was a great presentation, and thank you for all the work that you're doing out there and everything. I know firsthand that the mountain bike community wholeheartedly supports everything the DNR is doing in this region. So just want to say thanks.
Good to hear. Thank you.
And Ben, it looks like you have answered all of the questions. So thank you very much. We hope to be able to share results with you next week.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Team members, you have reached the time for another break. And our next project is, I think because we're breaking just a little bit early, if you can plan to be back at 11:10, we'll start up with our next project with National Park Service. I think they are here and ready to go. So why don't we start at 10 after 11? Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, from your break. James is here from the National Park Service. And
Good
he
morning.
has the next project proposal. So James, I'm going to ask you to double click and then use your arrow keys to go back. So let me see if I can change this back. It looks like your pointer. So don't touch the mouse for a moment. Thank you. You may have a highlighter on your end. So I'm trying to see if we can get rid of that. Okay, so now double click. And then see if you can move your slides backwards using your arrow keys. You have to double click to control my screen. Okay, there you go. All right.
All right. I'm a trails guy, so technology is not my forte.
That's okay. I have reset my timer, so you may begin.
All right. Well, hello, and thank you, everybody, for the opportunity to talk to you about Carbon River and Mowich Entrance Trails today. My name is James Montgomery, and I'm the North Trails Field Supervisor at Mount Rainier National Park. The Carbon River and Mowich entrances are Mount Rainier's closest to major population centers, making them destinations for local and international visitors alike. Demand for recreation in this area is growing daily, with the population within a 30-mile radius of Carbon River Ranger Station at just under 300,000 and growing. The process that has me talking to you today really started 20 years ago with the 2003 Carbon River Charrette, where local and regional stakeholders saw the growing need for more recreation and began a visioning process to identify opportunities in the area. Last fall, Pierce County Council adopted the Carbon River Corridor Cooperative Action Plan, which is the culmination of 19 years of visioning, planning, and property acquisition distilled into objectives and priority actions to be implemented over the course of the next 10 years. As you can see, Mount Rainier, the first two priority items are deal with trails at Mount Rainier, namely the Rainforest Loop and Boundary Trails. Now, I wish Mount Rainier had the capacity to fund this and that I didn't have to ask you for support. But the fact is, we're grappling right now with how to pay for several multi-million-dollar infrastructure projects like replacing aging water lines and wastewater treatment plants. The things nobody sees but are important to maintaining public safety and a quality visitor experience. So we're exploring alternative opportunities to find funding and to work with partners to accomplish projects that, in my opinion, are every bit as important as those other infrastructure projects going on elsewhere in the park, but that won't get done unless we find ways to get creative. So I think we have an opportunity here to connect with history. And maybe this conversation really started 90 years ago when the Civilian Conservation Corps began construction of the Boundary Trail along the western edge of the park between the years of 1933 and 1935. Originally constructed as a fire break trail, it weaves in and out between the Forest Service and national park lands and was intended to provide for the protection of park resources. It's no coincidence this work began in earnest in the northwest corner of the park even then, because it was at that point even the closest to major population centers and was intended to be the main entrance to the park at that time. Logging operations on the Forest Service side and competing priorities on the park caused this trail to literally fall off the map in the 1980s. So when the 2003 Carbon River Charrette was taking place, there was still driving access to Ipsa Creek Campground, where multi-generational families would camp and then hike to the terminus of the Carbon Glacier. The 2000 flood event changed the landscape at the Carbon Valley forever, and easy access to popular hiking destinations was wiped out literally overnight. Once the park determined driving access would not be restored, we began looking at ways to replace some of those lost hiking opportunities, and the West Boundary Trail was added back to our inventory. We're at a point now where we're finally ready to make significant moves in a positive direction, repair deteriorated infrastructure, and put the boundary trail back on the map. So the northwest corner of the park has often been referred to as the closest to Seattle and least visited. However, staff began deploying trail counters and since 2015 have captured some surprising data. This graph is focused on average daily use and backcountry trails in each quadrant of the park, excluding Paradise and Sunrise because they would skew the graph way off. I'd like you to pay particular attention to the blue bar on the graph, which represents the Carbon River Mowich Lake quadrant trails. Now, trail counters were moved to various locations throughout these time periods, but it's true for each quadrant. And the interesting thing is only the northwest quadrant has seen steadily increasing growth over the last 8 years. And when I asked myself why, 2 reasons came to mind. One, I think, this park has finally kind of become quote unquote discovered by people looking for alternatives to Sunrise and Paradise. And 2, once they get here, there just aren't that many options to spread people out. So fixing trails in this area and adding the West Boundary Trail to the map will help alleviate some of this congestion. And talk about best laid plans gone awry. We had projects in the pipeline and we're gearing up to replace structures on the Rainforest Loop Trail in 2008. The 2006 flood wiped that slate clean. Our priorities were changed for us and that work went unfunded and undone. With every challenge comes opportunity, right? Even if it takes time for that opportunity to materialize. And last fall, Mount Rainier received a $100,000 donation to do work on the Rainforest Loop Trail. By engaging park partners and seeking additional funding, there's tremendous opportunity now to do a lot of good. When I think of need fulfillment, I think of opportunity. We have the opportunity here to connect people with history by partnering with youth and volunteer organizations to restore structures and trails the way they were originally built by the CCC. Now, the CCC crews working out of the Carbon River Mowich area in the 30s were composed of 200 young men every year, which is a lot of labor. And while technology has advanced tremendously in the last 90 years, trail work still requires the use of many of the same tools they used to build those trails in the first place. At the end of the day, it takes people power to do this work, and it's through our partners that we're able to harness that people power needed to return these trails to good condition. In many ways, this project is really the continuation of a building process, and we're going to continue to build community by connecting people to the past and to today's natural environment and future recreational opportunities. If you take a moment to look at that third action item circled at the bottom, I believe this grant is one of those fund sources that will allow the park to begin to fulfill commitments made during the Carbon River Corridor Cooperative Action Planning process. This project is really the catalyst that will spur further coordination with partners to accomplish important work not supported within current budgets. And properly implemented, this project will support local communities by developing amenities they can capitalize on. Reconnecting the Carbon River and Mowich entrances, the red highlight on the left side of the map, creates a 23.3-mile loop hike option with multiple access points and the opportunity to connect to more. We'll look to retain the difficulty level of these existing trails, and by confining impacts to the trail corridor, continue to protect natural and cultural resources at Mount Rainier. Now, the bones of this trail are really good. Our intent here is mostly to honor the thousands of hours of work that have already been spent by the CCC. And we'll do this by utilizing traditional skills to replace key structures in the manner they were originally built, and through the maintenance of sustainable grades and curvilinear alignments, which I'll touch on again in a moment. Once completed, we'll be able to provide more hiking opportunities for people looking to recreate in the Carbon River Corridor. This funding will facilitate the in-kind replacement of 13 bridges and boardwalk sections on the Rainforest Loop, Paul Peak, and West Boundary Trails. As you can see, 9 of those 13 structures will be replaced are on the Rainforest Loop Trail, meaning the majority of the funding will be spent in the area accessible to the highest number of people for the longest period of time, and where I believe we get the most bang for our buck. Ideally, this work will be performed in conjunction with an RTP maintenance grant, so maintenance and development can happen concurrently, maximizing the efficiency of our crews in the field. Now we come to sustainability, which is becoming increasingly important as the world changes around us. Fortunately, the trails constructed by the Civilian Conservation Corps at Mount Rainier were built in a curvilinear manner with the contours of the land, and they did an impressively good job of it. Originally constructed as a fire break, the West Boundary Trail can once again serve that historic function while simultaneously providing recreational opportunities to thousands of people per year. Rebuilding these structures and returning trail tread to good condition will make these trails more resilient, as they'll be easier to maintain and less susceptible to catastrophic failure. As demand continues to increase, we're providing more options and more outlets for hiking and recreating at a variety of levels. These increased options lead to increased opportunity to engage in physical activity, in hiking groups, and in community. This in turn sets the stage for future educational opportunities and natural and cultural resource connections. I'd love to see school groups return to the Carbon Valley and utilize the Rainforest Loop Trail as an interpretive walk, as they did in years past. Upon completion, this project will bring more traffic to Mount Rainier, which means more economic opportunity for local gateway communities. The lowest elevation trails at Mount Rainier are at Carbon River entrance, with the Rainforest Loop Trail being the lowest, which means more year-round recreational opportunities, increasing the likelihood of year-round sustainable economic benefits. And from an agency perspective, with trail structures restored to good condition, annual maintenance costs will go down and will more easily fit into our budget. We're ready. Like, we have got skilled staff, willing volunteers, and youth organizations just waiting for the green light to get started on this project. There are a lot of people excited about it. Mount Rainier National Park is 97% designated wilderness, and we're mandated through the National Park Service Organic Act to conserve the scenery and the natural and historic objects and the wildlife therein, and to provide for the enjoyment in the same in such manner and by such means as will leave them unimpaired for the enjoyment of future generations. In my time at Mount Rainier, 23 years thus far, we've accomplished so much with partners that we would not have been able to accomplish on our own. Over the years, I've come to think of it as a win-win-win-win. We win by connecting people to the land. We win by sharing the opportunity to become part of the legacy of our national parks. We win by providing a high level of service to park visitors. And we win by building a multi-generational advocacy for public lands that keeps this legacy alive. So as you can see, Mount Rainier and our partners are committed to more than doubling the $200,000 NOVA grant, with Mount Rainier providing over $54,000 in force account match and park partners bringing $100,000 in donation funding and almost $56,000 in volunteer match. I will continue to advocate for more funding with stakeholders, or to partner with stakeholders, in an effort to provide the highest level of service possible throughout this project and beyond. This development will benefit the local economies of gateway communities as recreationists stop by on their way to and from the mountain. And as other stakeholders complete their objectives as outlined in the Carbon River Corridor Cooperative Action Plan, the economic growth will continue. Thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. What questions do you have for me?
Gary, we'll start with you.
Yes, thanks for that great presentation, and kudos to getting a $100,000 cash donation for this project. That's truly impressive. I was also wondering, within the Mount Rainier Wilderness, will we be able to use any power equipment on reconstruction of the Boundary Trail?
Yeah, it's a great question. We will go through typically our trails projects fall under a categorical exclusion, and in the National Park Service, we are allowed to use power tools in the wilderness. That will go through our compliance process, as do all of our projects.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Richard, you are next.
What's the trailhead plan or status for the West Boundary Trail?
So the West Boundary Trail really starts off the backside of the Rainforest Loop Trail. The trailhead for that is at Carbon River entrance proper. Up on the other end, on the Mowich Lake side, Right now, the trailhead is basically a long pullout with about a quarter mile up the road. The Paul Peak trailhead is up there, which can accommodate, well, there's a big flat area up there. Right now, we can probably accommodate 20 cars, but there's room to expand probably to, I would guess, 80.
Okay, and I think I missed it. How long will the West Boundary Trail be, the section you're developing?
The West Boundary Trail is 9 total miles in length.
Thank you.
Bryant, you are next.
Hi, James. I found your social and historical perspective on the park very impressive. Couple of questions I have. First of all, if either of the grants you mentioned in your description, I know you said this is standalone, would that affect this grant at all?
I don't think it will. In the grant, my hope was really to be able to partner with the Forest Service on the side of the part of the trail that's on their side of the boundary. In talking with Todd, it sounds like they just didn't have the bandwidth to get that to the finish line. But we are talking about other opportunities on their end to fund that work. In terms of the maintenance component on our side, it would be great to be able to do that at the same time. But I mean, if we can get in there and get the structures replaced, especially on the Rainforest Loop Trail, that would be huge. And the maintenance part of it, in the grand scheme of things, will be relatively easy in comparison.
Okay, and then one last thing, your design, I know your historical interest, is this going to, you're going to put any of the bridges in with modern materials, or are you using existing, logs and again, historical construction techniques?
Right. Yeah. Another good question. In talking with our landscape architect, the preference is definitely to replace in kind using native timbers and in the style that it was originally constructed. These particular trails aren't part of our National Historic Landmark District, but we're treating them as if they are.
Thanks, James.
And Brandon is next.
Hey, James. Yeah, it's going. No real questions for you, but just wanted to say thank you for the continued work out there. And, as someone who has personally worked on the Rainforest Loop Trail, those pictures don't do it justice for how much work that boardwalk needs. So
it was hard to fit it all on a few slides for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Brandon. Good to see you.
Nancy, you have questions?
I do. So you brought up flooding back in 2003 that took a lot of this stuff out or changed the priorities. You have 5 bridges on this. How is that? Are we looking at potential catastrophic events in those locations?
That's a really good question. So most of the damage we incurred happened to the Carbon River Road, which provided access to a multitude of trailheads. Right now, like those bridges on the Paul Peak Trail and the West Boundary Trail are not at all at risk of any kind of flood damage. I would say like the West Boundary Trail probably technically lies in the floodplain. But the park has taken some pretty significant actions over the years to protect the infrastructure we have there. And I'm about as confident as I can be that those structures are, I'm not going to go out on a limb and say safe, but they're pretty well protected.
Okay, thank you.
And Crystal.
Hi, I apologize if this has already been asked. I was digging deep into the written materials, but could you share with me where the $100,000 donated cash comes from?
Yeah, you bet. No, thank you. It's a great opportunity to highlight Washington's National Park Fund. And we were just fortunate enough that one single donor who has a connection with the Carbon River area had come out not long before she passed away and saw the condition of the Rainforest Loop Trail, and it was in her will that she wanted $100,000 to go towards fixing that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments about this project? Well, thank you very much, James. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. You guys have a great day.
Hopefully we'll be able to share the results with you next week.
Well, that would be fantastic.
Okay. I'm going to end this one. And up next, so Sam, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm going to turn the remote control of the mouse over to you. So why don't you double click to make sure you have control. And then try, yeah, and now use your arrow keys to go back. Excellent. I am going to reset my clocks here. So when you are ready, you may begin.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sam Jarrett with King County Parks in our open space program, and today I'll be presenting the Taylor Mountain Trail Bridge Development Phase 2 grant. This project really builds on efforts that are currently underway. A Phase 1 Trail Bridge grant was awarded to King County, and we have 6 bridges we're currently trying to install this summer of 2023. Our grant request this round is to finish up our trail bridge infrastructure within Taylor Mountain Forest. And that means building out the final 3 bridges and fixing a few trail issues that will help retain our South Trail System loop and help us try to achieve year-round access. Currently, we have seasonal trail closures on the mountain. This is just a quick introduction to the project. We're looking to fix bridge issues that we're encountering, as shown on the left, and trying to build sustainable bridges, an example shown on the right. And we're also trying to do that with our trail issues, an example of the current conditions on a closed trail on the left. We're trying to build sustainable bridges or trails that are shown on the right. Taylor Mountain, it's centrally located in King County, the most populous county in the state. It's just southwest of our I-90 SR18 interchange. It's surrounded by state DNR lands, and it's in a heavily populated equestrian community. It's within 30 miles of over 2 million people, so huge potential number of user visits to the mountain. And we're definitely seeing an uptick of use with the pandemic, particularly people trying to get away from some of the more populated areas of I-90. This is a quick site development plan overview that we'll be going into more detail as we go through the presentation. We're trying to put in a bridge at Holder Ridge Trail, which is quickly accessible out of the trailhead. It's one of the first crossings you encounter. It currently does not have a bridge. We're proposing 2 bridges on crossing over Carey Creek on the south side of the system and repairing 2 segments of trail. So we're going to jump right into Q1 need. All of the proposal is backed by a Taylor Mountain Public Use Plan. That was a NOVA funded public planning process, and it really set a lot of goals that we're trying to achieve with this proposal. What we're proposing is also backed by our Forest Stewardship Plan, the connection to healthy water, fish habitat, healthy clean forest, and there's a lot of links with our updated 2022 open space plan. And there's a variety of countywide initiatives and policies that this links to with fish habitat, building resilient parks infrastructure. We want to make sure that our recreation public use isn't impacting streams and habitat and fish. And it also ties to the statewide RCO plan by providing equestrian and multiple use. This is a quick look at kind of the general service area near Taylor Mountain. There's some opportunities in the area, but really Taylor Mountain's a gem of King County. It provides over 30 miles of multiple use trails, all allowing equestrian access. It gets up to around 2,500 feet in elevation. It really is this unique opportunity. Very popular with the equestrian community, but we also have a lot of hikers and mountain bikers that are seeking solitude, and they're trying to escape some of the more popular areas that are overcrowded along the I-90 corridor. There's a strong history of support at Taylor Mountain. We've built a NOVA-funded trailhead back in 2015. We also estimate 90,000 annual user visits based on trail counters and car counts, and we're looking to update that data better. This is exactly what we're proposing in this grant, a 60-foot bridge on our Holder Creek Trail that's directly accessible out of the trailhead. We're really trying to improve that user experience and make sure people don't have to cross through wet streams that deliver to salmon-bearing habitat. And then on the south side, a 100-foot bridge proposal and a 60-foot bridge proposal shown in the yellow stars, and some trail improvements shown in the red dashed line. And looking at those two 60-foot proposals, Holder Ridge Trail and Carey Creek, we're really trying to reduce sediment delivery to streams. We have fall line trails. We have trails that cross through some pretty substantial waterways, and braiding and sediment delivery that we're trying to solve by putting in new bridges at those two sites. The worst of our current condition issues is a 40-foot bridge at Carey Creek. It's way undersized. There's been attempts by operations folks to put pier supports in. This is a shot taken in August. So this is low water level. We have a 5-foot extension that's been added, and it's just a losing battle. So we really need to get this thing replaced before it fails. And here's a couple of examples of the trail issues right now on that Carey Creek Trail between the 100-foot proposed bridge and the 60-foot. It's currently closed because it's unsafe. And this work's really important for us. We have Forest Stewardship Council and Salmon Safe certifications. These are third parties that ensure we do healthy forest activities and that our recreation infrastructure is sustainable, and we want to keep those. How are we going to fix this problem? Need fulfillment Q2. I'm going to walk through what's shown in yellow on this map and go through the details of each of these sites. The Holder Ridge 60-foot trail, we're trying to decommission that fall line trail I talked about, shown in the green X's. The concept kind of bridge alignment, just to give you an idea of where that would sit, it would be a nice, 0% straight grade bridge that provides a much better user experience and helps us try to get this trail to a better year-round accommodation for visitors. At the Carey Creek 100-foot bridge, this is a massive improvement. This will be 100 feet. That current bridge that you can kind of see in the background there, that's 40 feet. We want to ensure that this is not going to ever fail again. And 100 feet happens to be the maximum weight that we can rotor into the site. And we'll talk about that more in the project design slides. This is the Carey Creek 60-foot bridge site. You can see it's going to be well out of the floodway and provide a much better user experience and provide resource protection. And this is an example where we're rerouting trails around those two issue areas up into stable forest land, providing a buffer, and then we'll be renovating and restoring that old trail site. And we're trying to get to resource protection, improving fish habitat, quality user experiences, and building these much better long-term weathering steel bridges that we'll talk about more as we go through this presentation. And we're providing sustainable trail segments instead of having these closed trails that are really tough to keep people out of. And we're trying to stay ahead of the pressures that we're seeing out in that environment on Taylor Mountain and trying to get these trails reopened. Moving into Q4 project design, we're seeking to build continental bridges. These are prefab weathering steel kits. We're following USFS guidelines, providing 5-foot clear travel width, 54-inch railing height. And these designs are on file. They've been uploaded into Prism, so that work's already been done. And this shows on the top of this slide the 100-foot cross section for that Carey Creek substantial 100-foot length bridge. We're seeking to provide a lot more freeboard than Fish and Wildlife's going to require. We know this is a huge investment, and we want to make sure that the funding is used in a good way and we're not replacing this bridge down the road. These are 50-year bridges, weathering steel, galvanized hardware, precast concrete abutments. They're super long-term, resilient to floods and potentially smaller fires that occur in the area. We're also designing these around helicopter installation. The realities of bringing these kits into remote forested sites. We have a bolt splice to put these together at staging areas and get these prepared to fly in. Q6 sustainability. It's important to us to, protect fish habitat. This is part of these bridges on Holder Creek, Carey Creek. These feed into the broader Issaquah Creek Basin. It's important for us to protect the uplands and provide clean water in that watershed. And that ties into our clean water, healthy habitat policy with King County, providing healthy fish streams, reducing sediment. And so there's that tie with our trail bridge infrastructure on Taylor Mountain. We also wanted to do our due diligence. And we had a geologist from the county come out and actually review the 100-foot proposed Carey Creek Bridge. We wanted to make sure that there wasn't any changes with the stream channel that could happen. And we wanted to make sure we were putting this in the right location and the length was correct. And the geologist wrote a memo to me kind of outlining the risk of putting that bridge in and the improvements that would be had by increasing the length from 40 to 100 feet. We also have salmon safe certification for our parks, and our decking right now we're leaning on rough sawn Western red cedar, which has good rot resistance. It has anti-slip benefits, and it also meets salmon safe certification versus pressure treated wood that can leach chemicals. And so we have a little bit more coordination with Backcountry Horsemen to ensure that meets their needs, but that's what we're leaning on right now. Q7, readiness to proceed. This is a snapshot of, we have a current SEPA we're trying to finish up this summer, and we have some supply chain issues with contracts and getting bridges in time. It takes about a year these days to get those once you order them. It's not quick, so this is going to lead us to roughly a fall 2025 installation target date. We have the designs complete. We have geotech review contract underway for readiness to proceed. We have that geomorphologist review, and we have a SEPA coming up where we're combining phase 1, phase 2 bridges and all trail work on Taylor Mountain to keep it really efficient. And we have crews in place. We have an interagency agreement to with our partners with DNR to the north to potentially save on helicopter cost and mobilization. We have bridge procurement contracts in place. Q8, predominantly natural. Taylor Mountain, we manage it for forest health. We're not trying to get revenue. And I'll quickly move through some of those slides of what the mountain looks like and some of those healthy forest stands. It's a really great experience. It's especially the south side of what we're trying to invest in. You get really far away from the trailhead and really get some good solitude for being in King County. Q9, project support. We've got letters of support from all of these folks on file, and those are in Prism. We've been coordinating with Backcountry Horsemen, the local Hobart chapter and the statewide chapter. There's a strong track record of support with the Backcountry Horsemen, and we have good connections with the mountain bike group and the hiking community. We also have a voter levy approved, a voter approved levy that's bringing match to this project, which shows general public support within King County. Q10 cost benefit. We're coming into this with cost based on our current bridge kit contracts statewide. So that's how I developed a lot of these budgets. I've personally managed 40 plus bridge projects with helicopter operations. We're coming in at 2,500 per linear foot, which is pretty good. We're bringing to the table almost 65% match, which is pretty strong. And we have that interagency agreement with DNR that we're going to look to extend so that when they're flying bridges in next door, we're also doing it, and we're going to cut the mobilization cost in half and save about $15,000. We really need to get this project done. If we risk cutting off the south system shown in red on this map, if we don't move forward and get these bridges put in. And we risk bridge failure and having to more cost to salvage a bridge that could wash down the stream. There's sediment delivery happening. There's resource protection needed, and there's safety issues with some of the trail closure photos that you saw. So that concludes my presentation. Thanks for listening, and any questions?
Thank you, Sam. Questions or comments from team members? And we will start with Richard.
Sam, I think it's really great that you're providing more equestrian opportunities in that area, and also that you're making Taylor Mountain a more attractive destination. We can hope that will reduce some of the incredibly heavy use in the West Tiger Mountain area.
Thank you. Next comment is from, our question is from Gary.
Hey, Sam, looks like a great proposal. I'm just curious, I saw the one of your slides, you had a fair amount of, looked like fairly new treated lumber and some treated beams. Are you going to be able to fly those out and possibly reuse those elsewhere in the forest or someplace else in King County?
Yeah, the 40-foot bridge that's currently on Cary Creek that we're proposing for 100-foot length. So it's a substantial increase. And, you know, I wasn't around when whatever those decisions were made to put that in. We are going to stage that and try to salvage it at Taylor for like a future possible bridge location, but we have no home for it right now, but we are certainly going to try to save it. We don't fully know if that's going to be successful with those piers and what the abutment's going to look like when we detach it and all that and fly it out. But that's the hope, is to put it somewhere else. But we're not promising that with this project.
Great, thank you.
And Brian, you have questions or comments?
Hi, Sam. That's pretty impressive. Quick question about design and load limit, especially on that 100-foot bridge. And then, for example, horse traffic on that, is that restricted to one-way, two-way? What are just a little information on that?
Yeah, you know, King County, we have a history of trying to accommodate multiple use, two-way travel. These trails are pretty moderate grades. They're all under 10% average. These bridge crossings are at like 0%, really good sight lines. The cool thing about our strategy is you actually save a lot more money by bringing in these bridges and assembling them in one piece at a staging area and flying them in, which we can do at 100 feet, believe it or not, at 18,000 pounds with a Chinook helicopter. The cost is going to be less than paying loaded staff wages and the environmental degradation that would happen if you tried to like drag those materials into a forested environment. So that's been a strategy that we've used over the years, at least in my experience with the state. I'm somewhat new at the county, and it's saved a ton. It's saved a lot. It's good for crew morale as well. It's a lot easier to assemble these with that bolt splice. They can do that in like an hour.
Do you know the load limit of that 100-foot bridge?
The 100-foot bridge can get flown as one piece with a Chinook helicopter.
And then what's the weight capacity, carrying load? What's it?
The Chinook can do 22,000, and then that varies on elevation and humidity. The bridge, the 100-footer without decking, is 17,500.
What's the load limit on the bridge itself? If we put
the load limit has all been, and yeah, I mean, that's all kind of engineer jargon, but it's been stamped and designed, and those are uploaded in Prism by Vector Engineering, and they take the Continental Bridge prefab design and they stamped it for those sites already and said it's can withstand. It's actually the snow load that drives a lot of that engineering, not weight of a horse. They predict like 4 or 5 feet of snow that gets rained on and try to project out that weight. And that's really what drives whether or not it can handle load. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And we get building permits from King County Local Services and all that's required. So, yeah.
Brandon, you have a question or comment?
Yeah. Well, first off, it was a great presentation. And yeah, my question is when you were mentioning the helicopter use, you talked about that's going to be something kind of shared with DNR. And I'm curious how much that one costs to use it, and then how that cost is being divided between DNR King County?
Yeah, it'll be 50-50. So the rough
Okay.
general cost to get a Chinook up, we have to do kind of a co-public bid because there's no Chinook on like a state contract.
Mhm.
Our assumption is that the closest company is likely to come out of Portland. We don't know that. I can't guarantee that. That cost in the past has been about $30K. So each of our agency would pay $15K. So
Gotcha. Okay.
but it's really about like government efficiency and working with that agency on their timing of bridge installations. We're right next door, so it makes sense to bring
Mhm.
out a rotor one time and have each agency save some funds and
No,
work
I
together.
think that's amazing. Yeah, that kind of partnership is really cool. So kudos.
Thanks.
Nancy, I think you have the last question or comment here.
I'll try to be really quick. In term need, so I'm looking at this need and undersized bridge at risk of failure. If closed, severe access to approximately a 2-mile trail loop. So we're trying to save access to 2 miles of trail.
Yeah, I can't go back to that slide, but yeah, it basically cuts off the south side with that. Yeah, that's
Which
it.
is only 2 miles.
4.5 miles is on the slide. I'm not sure what you're looking
Okay,
at.
it says 2 in our description in Prism. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
I mean, that's the exact mileage between the stars, and then in practicality, if those were removed, the function of 4.5 are kind of lost because otherwise you'd have to kind of come down and do out and back opportunities,
Okay.
which aren't really loops, and so it's kind of a projection of what would happen if we didn't put these in. I feel like 4.5 miles aren't going to really be used, and that's like a pretty big hit to a 30-mile trail system. And
That's fair. No recreation likes to lose a loop.
Yeah. And that area is really kind of the most remote, and it's really cool kind of backcountry true experience for like a King County site, being that close into like Seattle. It's particularly for the equestrian community that uses this as a really popular year-round riding area, and hikers, mountain bikers looking to get away from people. So looks like
Thank
you're
you very
moving on.
much, Sam.
All right. Thank you.
Our next up is Seattle.
Hi, Marguerite.
Hi, Mo. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Good. I take it you are making this presentation.
I am. I have the privilege.
Okay, so I have now listed you as the mouse holder. So why don't you double click?
Yeah, let's see. Looks like I have the power. Thank you.
You have the power. I am resetting my clock here.
All right.
So you may begin.
All right. My name is Mo Hecht, and I'm the grant manager for Seattle Parks and Recreation. I am accompanied by Bill LaPrade from Friends of Discovery Park. I'm excited to present to you the Discovery Park South Beach Trail project. We are rerouting an old, well-loved pedestrian-only trail that is at risk from bluff instability and getting washed away by water runoff in Seattle's largest natural area, Discovery Park. Discovery Park is located in Magnolia neighborhood of the city of Seattle. It is on the western shore of the city with waterfront access to the Puget Sound. Discovery Park is a 534-acre natural area operated by Seattle Parks and Recreation. Maintained in its semi-natural condition, the park will continue to offer a biologically rich and diverse natural area for urban dwellers and an unmatched opportunity for environmental education. The trail is ranked number 3 in Seattle by AllTrails. Here's what they have to say. Discover this 1.5-mile out and back trail near Seattle, Washington. Generally considered an easy route, it takes an average of 44 minutes to complete. This is a very popular area for birding, hiking, and walking. Recently completed Phase 1 improvements was accomplished in large part by the generosity of Friends of Discovery Park, who donated $50,000. Work was completed by Youth Corps, and this application is to help us complete Phase 2. The need for Discovery Park and the South Beach Trail is to provide an open space of quiet and tranquility away from the stress and activity of the city, a sanctuary for wildlife, as well as an outdoor classroom for people to learn about the natural world and opportunities for physical activity. This photo was taken at Discovery Park's 50th anniversary just a year ago in October. It was hosted by the Associated Recreation Council, Seattle Parks and Recreation, Discovery Park Advisory Council, Friends of Discovery Park, League of Women Voters, Magnolia Historical Society, Seattle Audubon, Seattle Parks Foundation, and the Seattle Department of Neighborhoods. On the left is Seattle's mayor, and next to him is Seattle Parks and Recreation superintendent. This project was named in the 2017 Parks and Open Space Plan. This is a very well-loved park by Seattle residents. Just look at all the letters of support we received that were collected by volunteers on behalf of this project. Oops. The need for NOVA funding. We have many, many miles of trails. While our park improvements receive appropriations from city council specific to the park, our trails, however, receive nominal support in the form of a maintenance fund. Friends of Discovery Park commissioned a geotech study of the trail and paid for the initial design work. As you will see, this trail needs more than maintenance. It needs to be relocated in places and completely rebuilt in others. Sites like the Emerald Palette and All Trails provide reviews of Seattle's trails. Here you can see sections of the Loop, Lake Union Loop Trail and Elliott Bay Trail. These are both wonderful trails, but neither provide the backcountry experience. There are just 4 parks in the city where you can be immersed in nature. Discovery Park, by far, is the largest and the most centrally located. And it is one of 2 that provide a backcountry experience and access to the Puget Sound. Our trail maintenance budget is small compared to the number of miles of trails in Seattle. South Beach Trail comes close to the edge of the bluff in some places, making it unsafe and at risk by slides. Because of the state of the trail, people have been making ad hoc trails either next to the box steps or even into the woods. There are a number of platforms along the way that once provided remarkable views. All but one are now condemned and need to be removed. Here you can see a section of box steps that need to be removed. The steps are so bad, people find it easier to walk beside the steps, which is causing erosion. In fact, in the rain, people are walking along the edges of the trail, even in the flat sections, to avoid cooling water. The photo on the left is an example of a finished trail similar to what the final product will look like, 4 feet wide with a 2% cross slope. On the right, the orange line is the new trail that will have a gentler running slope and relies on switchbacks instead of box steps to change elevation. I hiked the current and proposed trail with Bill LaPrade from Friends of Discovery Park in the fall of 2022. He told me he invited some of his retired friends to hike the trail with him. His friends had had careers in the field like geotechnicians. He showed me the place the trail became inaccessible to them and they had to turn around. As we walked the new section, he showed me how accessibility will be greatly improved. Maintained in its semi-natural condition, this tranquil wildlife sanctuary offers a biologically rich and diverse natural area for urban dwellers and an unmatched opportunity for environmental education. There are public restrooms, an environmental learning center, the Daybreak Star Indian Cultural Center, playground, open meadows, a 100-year-old lighthouse, beach access with tide pools, and some remaining buildings left by the military. There is an eco counter not too far from the trailhead that counts the number of people that pass by. In 2019, we saw a huge increase in usage with an estimated 1,176,030 people passing by. The Audubon Society cataloged 270 bird species. Seattle has the largest population in the state, including large numbers of people of color and nearly 75,000 people living in poverty. Thousands of people cannot afford to get out of town to hike in a state or national park trail. Others simply don't feel safe hiking in an isolated trail because of their race. This might be their only backcountry opportunity because of its proximity and sense of safety it provides. Friends of Discovery Park commissioned a geotechnical study of the trail and South Bluff. They also hired J.A. Brennan and Associates to host public meetings and rethink the trail. Surveys went out to the community. Together, the stated goals you see here were adopted, creating a new vision and location for the trail. This is a community-led project. This is a destination park with a 10-mile service area encompassing the state's largest city. It is home to thousands of residents who lack sufficient resources to be able to get out of the city, even for a day hike, kids in particular. It will be used by our naturalists as a classroom and trail to the beach, connecting hundreds of youth each year in Title I schools to the wonders of nature. The new trail design is rooted in the vision the community worked on. The orange line is the new location of the trail. For example, section B relies on switchbacks rather than box steps to change elevation. This will help with runoff and make it much more accessible. Section E winds closer to the bluff, but still where it is stable. There will be 4 new viewpoints. Sections F, H, and I will simply be rebuilt in place. Section J was unwieldy for many hikers because of the steep slope and failing box steps. This section will be relocated, making it much more accessible. The trailhead branches off the Discovery Park Loop Trail, designated a National Recreation Trail. I love the new low impact design. The bottom left photo is a section of trail we completed in phase 1. It is wide with gentle slopes. The 5/8 inch minus aggregate means it should last for many, many years. The trail is gently sighted and connects to stunning viewpoints with the Puget Sound, West Seattle, and the Olympics. Slide 10 showed an image of our old viewpoint platforms. The new viewpoints rely on natural landscape and natural materials. We will be restoring sections of the old trail back to their natural state with native plantings. Additionally, wherever we do trails restoration, our forest restoration counterparts and volunteers have easier and greater access. This makes for big cost savings. This is a popular trail for physical activity, and access to the trail needs to be retained. The park is easily accessible by bus and several bike trails. It is a destination park with interpretive signage and a short hike to the Daybreak Star Indian Cultural Center, from whom we have support. There is a real equity issue if we neglect this asset. No trees will be removed, but we will likely increase the tree canopy as we restore sections of the decommissioned trail. The park is located in the Seattle neighborhood of Magnolia. We have letters of support from the Magnolia Chamber of Commerce, Magnolia Community Council. People love taking their wedding photos in the park, including on the trail and at the beach where the trail leads. It is an important trail for tourists, particularly those visiting downtown Seattle, because of its easy access by bus rapid transit. We believe the lifespan will be at least 20 years with minimal maintenance. We are the landowner, and this project is shovel ready. All planning is complete and the trail is marked out. We can start construction as soon as we receive an NTP from RCO. The site is one of breathtaking majesty, situated on Magnolia Bluff, overlooking Puget Sound. It offers spectacular views of the Olympic mountain range. From the open meadow past the thickets, South Beach Trail meanders through the South Bluff Woods down to 2 miles of protected tidal beaches, dramatic sea cliffs, and active dunes. Unlike other parks in the city, the minute you enter the park, you are immersed in nature. South Beach Trail was brought to us by Friends of Discovery Park. They coordinate thousands of volunteer hours at the park each year, and they paid for planning and $50,000 for the development of phase 1. Citywide, the annual value of volunteer support we receive is $1.5 million. We have 10 letters of support, and it has been named in our 2017 Parks and Open Space Plan. We explored 2 alternatives and chose this one because it met the goals in slide 15, minimizes reliance on box steps, providing greater accessibility. Sure, we don't have access to the vast mountain ranges or expanses as many state or federal parks do. What this park and trail offers is proximity. Proximity to a large population, proximity to low-income families who lack access to larger parks, proximity to all the volunteers you see here wanting to support their community. It is a primary destination for Seattle Parks residents wanting that immersive backcountry experience, wanting to have without having to drive an hour away. Our trail standards are much higher than most typical trails. Why? Because they get so much use. Cost per mile is $280,000. When you think about investing in South Beach Trail, please consider the cost per mile per user. Based on data from a nearby eco counter, an average of 3,222 hikers pass by daily. Assuming this number is correct, the cost per mile per user in the first year is just 24 cents. Assuming a 20-year lifespan, it would be just 1 cent. If we wish to be conservative in our estimate and assume 1/10 of the usage, or just 322 daily hikers, the cost is still just 10 cents per user mile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mo.
Yeah.
Questions and comments from team members about this project? Well, how did you guys pay for it? Did you have a planning grant to pay for the design work? Or was that city funds being used?
I think it was all private. Bill, are you here? I think he's here in the virtual audience.
I am, Mo.
Hi,
yeah,
Bill.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
The geotechnical part was paid by Friends of Discovery Park. It was about, I believe, $6,000. And then the rest of the planning was done by the city. The rest of the part by Brennan and Associates, that was paid for by Seattle, by the city of Seattle.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think I might have been confused in my presentation on.
No, that's okay. I was just clarifying.
Appreciate that. Yeah.
Are there questions or comments or? Hi, Bill. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you have answered all of the questions, Mo.
Wonderful.
Appreciate the statistics that you provided.
Yeah.
And hopefully we will get results here in just a few days. So we should be able to share that with you next week.
That's terrific. Thank you all. Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Team members, believe it or not, we are on the downward slope of evaluating NOVA projects. We just have a half day left. So before we take off, I'm going to ask if you folks would be willing to pop on your cameras. Our director, I think, has joined us and wants to at least say hello to the advisory committee. So it'd be nice if she can see all of the great folks that have been working to score and rank projects for 4 days. Megan, this is a lot like what happens when we're doing local parks. A lot of folks that are involved in getting the projects ranked. So go right ahead.
Thank you, Marguerite. And I won't take long because I know I'm standing between you all and lunch, but I mostly just wanted to pop on and say thank you for kind of the time, effort, and expertise that you all bring to this process. You bring technical expertise and background that we don't necessarily have on staff, and it's so critical to making sure we get good projects funded. Your participation also helps keep our process transparent and frankly, the agency and project sponsors accountable for bringing good projects and doing good work. And we can't do this without you. So I know 4 days is a long time, and I think y'all have also done education and enforcement through written evaluation. So that's also a chunk of time. I know it's difficult to commit to such a long period of time, but we are incredibly grateful that you do so. And I mostly just wanted to say thank you for all of your efforts and for the commitment and dedication to getting good projects on the ground throughout the state. So thank you. And I hope you have a good lunch.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions or comments before we take our lunch break? Well, I do hope you enjoy your lunch break. Our next project is scheduled for 1:20. Look at that, Randy. I gave you an extra few minutes. Have a good time.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
All right. See everybody back at 1:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Marguerite.
Welcome back from your break, everyone. We are about ready to get started. So my question is, who's actually going to be presenting this project? Is that you, Nicholas?
Yeah, that'll be me, and then I'll have Alex Weinberg helping me answer some questions when we get to that.
Okay. And I'm going to turn mouse controls over to you.
Perfect.
It's just checking to see if we are being recorded again. Thank you, Tessa.
Cool.
So if you will double click and then see if you can take your slide forward. Okay, and now use your arrow keys to go back. My timer has been reset, so you may begin.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So my name is Nicholas Lichtenstadter. I'm the Assistant I-90 Corridor Manager. And with me behind me, I have Alex Weinberg, the I-90 Corridor Manager, to help with any questions that might pop up at the end of the presentation. So this is for the Denny Creek Trail Rehabilitation Project. And we'll just get right into it. So the project area. So this project work will take place within the Alpine Lakes Wilderness on the Snoqualmie Ranger District. The trailhead is located off Forest Road 58, which is along the busy I-90 corridor. The Denny Creek Trail itself is 4.7 miles long, with the projected work taking place along the middle 2.5 miles of trail. As you can see in this map we have, the trail is in green, and then the two sections of work are in red and yellow. The red is the projected contracting section of work, and the yellow would be partner work done by WTA. So zooming out a little bit for the project area, the Denny Creek Trail is a part of a network of over 40 miles of trails just off the I-90. All is taking place within the Alpine Lakes Wilderness. This network also connects to the Middle Fork Valley, adding an additional 50 plus miles inside the wilderness area and outside as well. Destinations along the Denny Creek Trail include Kequelee Falls, Snowshoe Falls, Malacqua Lake, Denny Creek itself, and numbers of other destinations. The trail climbs from old growth cedar, hemlock, and Douglas fir to a subalpine lake, and it gives a great representation of what the west side of the Alpine Lakes Wilderness looks like. So the needs. So this area is in pretty large disrepair. The Denny Creek is a highly used trail in the Snoqualmie Ranger District. The trail saw an average of 530 hikers on weekend days from 2018 to 2021. Years of high use with limited maintenance has led to a large section of trail in need of reconstruction. The proposed project would tackle the worst 2.5 miles of trail with help with the Washington Trails Association. You can see in these photos that we have attached, figure 1's showing a vernal creek running through the steep section through a switchback. It's pretty common throughout this section of trail. Figure 2 is going to show a dried vernal creek crossing, kind of uneasy footing for our visitors. And then figure 3 is going to give you a good idea of what all the switchbacks really look like on this section of trail. High erosion, lack of drainage, and high use has led to the degradation of the tread and then also the surrounding landscape. So moving forward again, the proposed section of trail reconstruction climbs 2,000 feet in that 2.5 miles. So it's a steep trail. Vernal creeks, high use, and rockfall have led to damage throughout this section of trail. And then the work will address the issues, creating a more resilient and sustainable trail. In the photos we have here, so in figure 1, you can see again what the lack of drainage structures and high use has done to the trail, high levels of erosion. And then figure 2, 3 through 5 it just gives you a good representation of what the majority of this section of trail looks like. There's high amounts of erosion, encroachment of vegetation, loose footing throughout this 2.5 miles, and then just general disrepair from the high use and lack of drainage structures being repaired and maintained. So for the need fulfillment section, the 200,000 NOVA dollars will fund a contracted trail crew to reconstruct the worst of the Denny Creek Trail. Without this money, the allocated RCO maintenance and forest funds that we have for our district will not adequately address the needs of this area. We simply just don't have the time to spend 1 to 2 months of our crew's time in one area, likely longer for this section. It'll probably take our crews around 3 months. Match from the Washington Trails Association will address the remaining trail reconstruction. And then the planned work within this reconstruction will include excavation, embankment, clearing, grubbing, installation of rock steps, rock check steps, and then switchback maintenance on every single switchback, lead off ditches on those switchbacks, and the installation of drainage dips along with other trail features. All this work will take place within the 10 feet of the center line of the trail. So for forest purposes, this will not be this will be more of a reconstruction, not a construction type project. This project would complete most of the remaining deferred maintenance of the trail work on the highly used Franklin Falls, Wagon Wheel, and Denny Creek trail system, which has been a big goal of managers here on the I-90 corridor to get these sections of trailheads and other areas kind of accomplish that deferred maintenance and really provide a good service to the public in this very highly used area off of the I-90. And the reason that we chose to go with the contracted crew for this project is we've had great success in the past. In specific, last summer, we were able to accomplish some reconstruction with a contracted crew with a very similar trail, very similar use levels, very similar issues. And we were able to accomplish this task in a relatively short amount of time and really efficiently with resources from the district. And as you can see here from the photos I showed above, it's pretty similar. The way we'd be tackling the accomplishment of the trail would be similar, especially in figure 3 on the lower right-hand quarter. Gives you a good representation of what the Snow Lake Trail and what parts of the Denny Creek Trail look like currently and what we would like to, how we would like to succeed and move forward with it. And then moving forward as well, so the project area investments, this area has seen, as I said before, a lot of investments, and we've accomplished a lot of the deferred maintenance. And this is kind of the last key piece in the area, or one of the last key pieces rather. So just some Forest Service investments in the recent area, Wagon Road Trail reconstruction the summer of 22. So last year we were able to accomplish that, and that's out of the same trailhead and parking area, not trailhead, as Denny Creek. We also were able to accomplish the last half mile of the Denny Creek Trail from Hemlock Pass to Malacqua Lake with the Washington Trails Association. That was all funded with Forest Service dollars from the Great American Outdoor Act. So this would accomplish the other big piece of the Denny Creek Trail. The planned investment in the area will be the Franklin Falls Denny Creek parking lot expansion summer of 2023. So this upcoming season, it's projected to add 100 more parking spaces, an additional toilet, and a small connecting trail to the Denny Creek and Franklin Falls trailhead areas. So there's been a lot of investment, and additionally, there's been a lot of RCO investment in the area, including the Franklin Falls Trail renovation phase 2 summer of 2016. So there's been a lot of investment, and we'd like to kind of button all that up with this last key piece. Site suitability. Project will stay within the scope of the current trail. We're not taking this outside of the 10 feet on center line. Trail passes through many natural amenities, like I've said before, waterfalls, creeks, old growth, and alpine lakes. The trail is easily accessible for high density populations in King County. It's a diverse array of users. It's a great location to be able to impact a high user group of the NOVA population. And it also provides an entrance into the Alpine Lakes Wilderness from one of the busiest recreation areas on our district. And as I said before, it's one of the last sections in trail in need of work in the area. So moving to project design, this project falls within the scope of our National Forest Plan trail management objectives, the last updated in 2018. So this proposed plan will fall under all those objectives that have been outlined in this plan. We'll be reducing grades where possible within the scope of maintenance. We'll bring back switchbacks to the 4-foot radius, create durable and native surfaces as defined in our management objectives. And all trail structures will be based on standard drawings and designs that I've attached to this project proposal. So just giving you a better idea of what the project looks like in the design. So on this first map, we've outlined the high sections of work with the red boxes and the X's indicating trail structures. And then you can see, if you compare that to the second map, a lot of those high needs are going to be within the contracted section of trail. And then our partner work below that in the first mile of this proposed section still has a ton of need and a lot of work to be done, but the majority will be in that contracted section that you can see in the red. And then in the last photo, or the last map, it gives you a good idea of the topography of the area and the challenging trail that's built through that area. Moving on, so we were able last year to kind of scope out and plan out most of this project and get a really good idea of what the costs to construct fully this 2.5 mile section of trail. So for linear feet, or rather for the price of all of this, this is all based on the Snow Lake contract that we were able to put through last year. And we've just done slight adjustments for inflation. But yeah, this about sums up everything that we're looking to do within this project. And then as you can see our cost totals at the bottom, just under $200,000 for the entire project. And then the WTA matching that number below it. Oops. Okay, so moving to sustainability, an easily navigable and sustainable trail in this landscape will lead to reduced trampling of species outside the scope of the trail. It'll stop trail braiding, which we're starting to see within this trail. And then the big thing is that we think it's a pretty crucial time in the lifespan of this trail, and there'll be a lot of cost savings down the road if we can address the issues now, as opposed to letting it deteriorate more and then possibly having to do reroutes, go down the NEPA route and stay out of the maintenance objectives of the forest plan. It's also going to hopefully encourage a broader range of users. Right now, we have a ton of high use moving up the first mile, and then right around where the trail starts to get rough, we're seeing people turn around. So we'd like to encourage people to keep moving up this trail and see the beauty of the Alpine Lakes wilderness. And then readiness to proceed. We're really quite ready, and we've luckily had a lot of experience doing this type of project on the district. So we would be able to put out for bid in the summer of 2024, and we would be able to accomplish that work in the same field season. This would all fall, as I've said before, under the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest plan and fall under our trail management objectives. And we feel like on the district level, we have the partners and staff to accomplish this work. And as I said throughout this presentation, this trail is going to be in a predominantly natural setting. It's going to start in old growth setting of hemlock, cedar, Douglas fir, move along a creek, up valley, and end in an alpine lake, subalpine lake. And it gives a really good representation, I believe, of the west side of the Alpine Lakes wilderness in a really high user corridor. For project support, we've received letters of support from all these different partners. We're lucky enough to work with a number of great partners here in the Snoqualmie Ranger District. And we're hoping to bolster that by working with the Washington Trails Association on this trail and keep that beneficial partnership moving forward. We've got a number of other project support, Backcountry Horsemen, the Springs Trust for Trails, King County Search and Rescue, SCA, and a number of others. So again, this graph for the cost benefit, for this table rather, the cost is a little bit high per mile, 112,000, but really that's the cost of doing business with contracted crews and getting that expert work out of trail work these days. And that's all coming out of it being all handwork, because it is a wilderness area and it's going to be complex rock work with native materials. So it's going to be a really high skill type job. We believe, though, that this will reduce costs down the road. When you walk the trail, you can kind of see that it's a kind of a critical point in the trail's lifespan. And we believe if we can tackle it now, start reducing that erosion, create better surfaces, that will really prolong the lifespan of this trail and reduce the need for bigger projects down the road. And then as far as match goes, WTA will provide 30% match contribution through volunteer hours. As you can see in this map, again, their projected section of work would be in the yellow before the contracted section of work. And the planned match will include work from youth crews, adult crews, and other crew types throughout the summer of 2024, 2025. And then this area, whoops.
So you don't answer population proximity.
Okay.
Staff score
Perfect.
questions, so.
So we'll just jump right to questions and comments.
So Gary, do you have a question?
Yeah, thanks, Nick, and good to see you there, Alex. My one question was on your metrics there, you're showing construction for 6,834 feet of trail reconstruction.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm wondering where, it's a 2.5 mile project, so there's another mile in there someplace. Is that going to be done by partners?
Correct. Yep. So it's going to be done by partners. So we broke up that cost. Sorry. So that cost is for the contracted section, which will be about a mile. And then the other part will be with partners.
And you gave the contractors the toughest part of that middle section, I presume?
Correct.
Okay, great. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gary.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Can you go back to your cost breakdown and project design, please?
Yeah. Is this the slide you're looking for?
Yeah, so I'm assuming that what you're representing here in the price is just what you're asking RCO for, not the entire project costs.
Yeah, sorry about the confusion on that. So yeah, so this will address the contracted section, so the dollar amount from Nova. This will not, yeah. And then the other part will be from match from WTA.
Okay, so if I'm reading this right, you're asking for almost $100,000 per mile?
Yeah, and the way we came to that was based on the contract cycle that we went through last season with a similar project, similar area, and that's the dollar amount that we got out of those contracts.
Good luck.
Yeah, and given that it's all in wilderness, the cost goes up a bit, having it be all handwork.
Thank you. Go ahead, Kathy.
Hey, Nicholas, that was a great presentation. And this is more of a housekeeping question. So I see that this is listed as a development project, but when I read through the metrics, it sounds more about like more of a maintenance and operation rehabilitation.
So yeah, so we view it on the forest side as a maintenance, but then when going through the project types for Nova, really this falls into development because it is going to take a lot of trail construction. So when we put this out to contract or have our crews work on it, it's going to be more of a construction type just because of how degraded the trail is. And so if we put this out as a maintenance project for a contracted crew, we would not get the work out of it that the trail needs. But on a resource side, we won't have to go through that NEPA and other stuff just because it does fall within our definitions of maintenance, but in reality, it'll be like a construction project.
Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, thanks.
Any last questions or comments? Go ahead, Richard.
So just to clarify, I think the slide that you have now, some of us may be reading it the wrong way because the project will in fact improve more than 6,834 feet. So although you have an extremely high cost in that one small area, the whole trail, especially counting the volunteer work, will be improved. So
yeah,
the actual improved mileage is more like the 4.5 mile for the entire project. Is that
it'll
correct?
be closer to 3 miles, 2.5 miles And yeah, so closer to 3 miles of the proposed project. It's a really high complexity. The price of labor is skyrocketing. And this is just we feel the realistic price of these types of projects moving forward, especially in this area.
And Malacqua Lake is going to be a great destination once one can get there without going through such arduous trail as there is currently.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, just for perspective, we spent about 50 grand fixing up just that last half mile, quarter mile section from Hemlock Pass to Gem Lake last year. So that's kind of where we're at with cost right now.
Hearing no other questions from advisory committee members, I think we're finished with this one.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Nicholas. We hope to be able to share the results with you next week. And if you cannot touch the mouse, that would be great. Okay, and who's presenting the next one?
I am Laurel Baum, and my partner Mary Boros is on as well from Snoqualmie Ranger District.
Okay, so I'm going to turn controls over to you. So Lori, double click to make sure you have control. So double click your mouse. Now use your arrow keys to go back. Perfect.
Okay, great.
And I am resetting my clock, so you may begin.
And are you able to hear Mary? Are you there as well?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Mary Boros, the Assistant 410 Corridor Manager on the Snoqualmie Ranger District.
And I'm Laurel Baum. I'm with Conservation Northwest. I'm the Restoration Project Lead. So this is the project vicinity map for our dispersed camp improvements project for the Snoqualmie Ranger District, proposing 14 improvements of dispersed campsites. And this falls under the Green Water Access Travel Management NEPA decision and the 2020 Snoquera Landscape Analysis decision. So both are the decisions for the Forest Service that allows this project work to move forward. I will skip this one, but it's here for you all to reference. And the project location is off the Forest Service 70 Road, 7010 Road, and 7030 Road off the 410 corridor. It's nestled between the Norse Peak Wilderness and the Clearwater Wilderness north of Mount Rainier National Park and south of the I-90 corridor.
Okay, and I'll take our need. The NOVA funds are needed to improve the camping opportunities adjacent to the Greenwater River, including gravel parking areas, tent pads, picnic tables, proper food storage, and fire rings. And funding for this project will allow the Snoqualmie Ranger District to continue to make improvements that will protect the landscape and resources for all of the users and groups that visit and recreate there. Grants from the Recreation Conservation Office ensure that resources continue to be available for these efforts that we're working with Conservation Northwest on. The 410 corridor sites are often full, putting more pressure on the Greenwater campsites. These sites are easily accessed by Forest Service Road 70 and State Highway 410. Forest Service Road 70 is one of 2 paved Forest Service roads along the 410 corridor. With access to the dispersed campsites, hiking trails, ORV trails, multi-use trails, recreational shooting, fishing, wildlife viewing, and backcountry stock trails. And the recreation staff on the forest, we struggle to keep up with the volume of garbage and waste from campsites on the along the Greenwater River there. These dispersed sites are user-created sites developed from high recreational use over the past couple of decades. High volumes of trash, human waste, illegal cross-country vehicle travel, and user-created roads going into the sites right up to the river. They are all user-created over time and by the need for more camping opportunities. And over time, what has happened, more sites are being created due to undesirable impacts to one site, so a new one is created to avoid the undesirable site, or not enough dispersed sites in the area for the population, so new sites are created. Creating the designated dispersed sites will allow our crews to keep up with the education of recreationalists and enforcement of the rules and regulations. And it will give us a better opportunity to create an ethic of stewardship. We often meet a lot of first-time campers there, and being able to designate them into specific sites, we can teach them proper ways to respect the forest and come out and have a good time. Let's see, next one. So on the next slides, you can see examples of what has happened to that area there and how it's being overused and abused with the trash, people driving, all over, creating user-created roads, and pretty much, and they're doing a lot of damage to the landscape there. And then the need fulfillment on this next slide. Lauren, I believe, is that one for you?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we are requesting 86,310 of NOVA funds. This is 48.6% of our project budget with a 51% match. Our funding will be utilized mainly to establish the tent pads, picnic table, fire rings, wildlife-proof food lockers, and gravel parking areas to harden off the sites adjacent to the road. We do bring $45,000 in donated paid labor between U.S. Forest Service and Conservation Northwest staff time. And we have an estimated $46,000 of donated volunteer labor time, where we'll be using volunteer efforts and days for corridor cleanups and tent pad development and outreach signage installation. Our riparian restoration has already been funded by a ecology grant, and that amounts to about $45,000. And we have a robust outreach and education effort that has also been funded by a National Fish and Wildlife Foundation grant. So we have about $90,000 in parallel efforts that are helping to move forward education, outreach, and riparian native plant vegetation restoration in this corridor. We have improved dispersed camping opportunities. These improved dispersed camping opportunities will enhance the public enjoyment of the natural surroundings to local downstream communities and diverse populations that are located close to the 410 corridor in the lower Tacoma watershed. Our user group is close into these major metropolitan areas and offers free access.
And our site suitability, on the above map, you can see that's a map of Forest Road 70, and it has already over 30 existing dispersed sites. An established dispersed camping corridor within the existing sites that needs improvements to make them more functional. Educational signs have been installed, and contractor work to improve riparian areas has been ongoing for over 2 years. And the project design, it's going to be a site by site, and it'll offer roadside vehicle parking with walk-in campsites. And we'll have the tent pads to reduce bare ground and damage to native vegetation. We'll have the fire rings for increased safety and for fire hazard. Food storage bins to reduce human and wildlife conflicts. Signage added for public clarity. And this will make these sites much more attractive and will aid and help us in being able to manage this area as far as not having our campsites expand, and especially with the fire, as each season seems to be drier, and that danger increases with each season. And it'll be a more appealing overall experience and a lot more fun for families to come out. And if they haven't already established a habit of coming out, or picnics and family get-togethers, this will offer that opportunity to them. Would be more appealing. And for the natural resource protections, I believe she already said that there are parallel efforts that will restore the riverside planting of native plants. It's going to improve sites away from riparian areas to protect conditions for fish and wildlife, and minimize natural resource damage from vehicles. Okay.
So for sustainability, we have a number of ecological factors where guiding the use in this area will really help provide land managers to address unsustainable practices. We hope to reduce the damage to riparian areas and support native adjacent planting efforts. We also hope to reduce bank erosion and the increasing footprint of bare ground of ever largening, expanding campsites. So these efforts will contribute to preservation of anadromous salmon species and bull trout in the local Greenwater River. For the social factors, we will hope to encourage multi-generational families from downstream communities to engage in the outdoors. We aim to create a higher user quality experience for all, and work towards creating an ethic of stewardship using education and outreach. For economic factors, we aim to use local materials and local contractors. We want to minimize human-created waste and lower the maintenance costs of waste management, and especially the burden on the Forest Service of dealing with public waste and the improper disposal of that waste. We also look to increase local tourism spending from the increased users in this corridor.
And our readiness to proceed, the NEPA decision was signed in March of 2020. Recreate responsibly signage has been installed in 21. Dispersed campsite surveys was completed in 22. All sites have cultural heritage completed. Contract work started to manage vehicle parking in 2023 and 21 and 22 to restrict vehicles from accessing the river on 12 sites total. No barriers exist to start the work on this project, and all of the project work is to be completed by the fall of 2025.
So I'm just going to show you a few images of our project experience and past success in this corridor. We have limited vehicles driving down to the river. So you can see this car was about 5 feet from the river, and we've been installing boulders and tank traps, but still maintaining access to walk-in dispersed campsites. So we're not eliminating dispersed camping opportunities. We are just trying to guide use and parking to within the Forest Service designated road system. So these are a few more images. This was a before and then the after of the same site. Sorry, it comes in here a little slow. So there's the boulder with a parking spot, and this is the same site where that Jeep was down right on the river. And so just to show you, we've been bringing contractors in, working and partnering with the Forest Service, decompacting soil, applying erosion control wood straw and native seed. And so we have a lot of momentum. And now this last step is to establish those tent pads, fire rings, and picnic tables, as well as food lockers. This is one more site of our photo of our contractor decompacting soil adjacent to the Pyramid Creek that drains into the Greenwater River. And this site is now prepared to have riparian plants and willows planted this spring.
So ladies, just so you know, your time is up.
Okay.
So you need to go very, very quickly because you're already over.
Okay. So just, it's a beautiful natural setting. There's lots of wildlife, hiking, and outdoors opportunities. We have quite a bit of project support from partners in the area. And we've led collaborative staff hikes with project partners. And we'd like to open it up to questions and can discuss our cost benefit as well. But like I mentioned, we do have a 51% match of volunteer and staff contributions to our budget. Thank you for your time.
Laura, you can go ahead and finish answering the cost benefit criteria.
Okay, sure. Thank you so much. So our cost benefit, we are proposing 14 sites. That amounts to about 42,000 in infrastructure. We have equipment rental, gravel for tent pads, and mobilization for any equipment or rental equipment. We do have our $45,000 paid staff and volunteer match. So 45,000 in volunteers and 45,000 in paid staff match. There will be no net decrease in available opportunities, but improving what is currently there and just guiding more proper use. We'll also be able to do some of the milling of wood for tent pads through the Forest Service. Thank you so much. I'm sorry we ran over.
That's okay. So Suzanne, go right ahead.
Hey there, thanks for the really interesting presentation. My question is about human waste. So I'm really just intrigued what the approach is for managing human waste once these currently unmanaged dispersed sites become developed with additional infrastructure and are going to be really attractive and will attract even more use most likely. And then, but I don't see anything about how human waste is going to be managed, other than that it's kind of, you know, referenced in the description. So tell me more about what happens with human waste once these sites are improved with additional infrastructure.
One of the ways that we started tackling the trash problem last year, we came up with some signage that used symbols as opposed to a lot of words, and explained that it's pack it in and pack it out. That with the dispersed camping, there isn't any trash service. Once that was made clear, we started seeing a lot. It started to go in the right direction of having less trash there. And with the human waste, that's something we're going to have to continue to educate people on. We do have the vault toilets out there that people can use, and we'll add in some signage with that and giving them direction as, you know, a sign that says bathrooms this way. And then down the road, we may need to look into providing dumpsters for trash. That would be something that would come down the road.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm really focused on, you know, poop and pee. And you said that I guess there's some vault toilets. And what is the proximity of the vault toilets to the 14 sites that are going to get improved?
They are right along the Forest Road 70. There's one at what we call the 28 Mile Creek, and another one at Pyramid Creek. So they are, I'm not sure exactly what the mileage would be, but there are two that are very accessible on the 70 Forest Service Road 70.
And part of your education, and I won't beat it to death, but your education is you're educating folks to not do on-site disposal for poop and pee, but instead go to the vault toilets that are nearest by.
Right, that, and then also there's also you can use the cat holes to dig the 6-inch cat hole and bury that, as well as using the vault toilets and the leave no trace ethics.
So Laura, from this graphic, where are the campsites versus the toilets?
Yeah, so if you're looking on the left-hand side, there's Slide Creek that you see kind of coming off of. There is one right there at Slide Creek. So all of those in that close proximity could access the vault toilet at Slide Creek. There's another one further up by Whistler Creek and, at Skin Alley. So there's one at the Greenwater Lakes Trailhead and one at Pyramid Park. So everything on the right-hand side, there are actually 2 accessible vault toilets within a 3 to 5 minute drive of all of those access points. And then all of the points on the the left-hand side are within a 5 to 7 minute drive of a vault toilet.
Hopefully that helped answer us, Suzanne.
Yep, thanks for the additional information.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Richard.
As you know, the campgrounds along 410 are often either full or closed for the season. So this would seem to be a wonderful resource for people that would still like to camp in that area despite those 2 issues.
Right, it is. It's a good resource for them to use, and also with the other camping areas along the 410, the already designated campgrounds being full, and a lot of the dispersed ones. This will be a nice opportunity for people to go and camp there, and they're right along the river. And also, there are a lot of people who camp in that area that prefer not to drive out on the Forest Service roads that are dirt and gravel. They have a sedan, and this offers them an opportunity to still be able to camp on the forest.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Nancy.
I just wanted to thank you for this presentation. I mean, improving a bunch of sites and creating an opportunity for a variety of recreational users with this low a dollar amount is really impressive. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you all for your time today.
Yes, thank you.
We are going to move on to our next project proposal. And Nicholas, are you presenting this one?
Yes, it'll be the same situation. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Do I have controls? Sorry.
Not yet.
Okay, sir.
Going for you here in just a second. Okay, so now if you will double click. Okay.
Awesome.
I'm ready to begin, so you may begin.
All right, thank you very much. So again, my name is Nicholas Plichtenstadter, and I have Alex Weinberg with me, the area manager, to answer any questions when we get to that portion that I may not be able to answer. And for this presentation, will be the Snoqualmie Ranger District's front country maintenance proposal here on the Snoqualmie Ranger District. So the project area will be the entire Snoqualmie Ranger District, which is, as you saw in the last presentation, quite a large area. All the front country recreation facilities within that Ranger District. So all of our campgrounds, picnic areas, nature viewing areas, so on and so forth. We have a ton of sites. Many areas are accessed within an hour's drive of Seattle metropolitan area. So not only do we have a lot of sites in our recreation corridor areas on the Snoqualmie Ranger District, but they are easily accessible, which is great to the Seattle population. So the need, so as you can see in this graph to the right here, we have an insane amount of use on the Snoqualmie Ranger District, really focused on the I-90. You can see those large circles of use. So we have extremely high use due to proximity to Seattle. We have a large network of roads with hundreds of dispersed camping and recreation sites. We have over 50 trailheads, 8 campgrounds, and the area receives over 500,000 NOVA users annually. We serve a variety of those NOVA users, and the U.S. Forest Service in the past has had to make decisions on closing various facilities due to a lack of front country maintenance budget, and that occurred in the 2020 and 2021 summer field seasons. And yeah, like I said before, this area provides a variety for a number of NOVA users. Think hikers, we have horseback riding trails, we have campers, dispersed and non-dispersed camping, we have recreational target shooting, we have hunting, anglers, climbers, you name it. This area is a really diverse array of recreation opportunities. And this grant has the chance to address all those user types in one proposal. And then you can see on the right here, this is a great representation of use change. So you can see in those green circles, the positive, the greater use patterns by the public in the area, especially in that I-90 and down on the 410. You can see those big green circles representing the change, the positive change in use. So the need. So as you've seen, probably recreating in this area, it's a large area, and we have a variety of issues that we come to on a daily basis. So I'll just start addressing these photos. We see graffiti and misuse on our trailhead boards, our picnic tables, our bathrooms. So just addressing those issues takes a lot of time. We're getting to the point where we're having to reinstall our trailhead signs. And then to the right, these two positions will be the ones driving our Forest Service roads. And while they're driving those roads, they'll have the capability to open those roads when tree fall. They're often the times first ones out there, the Forest Service employees, keeping access to our recreation sites open and most importantly, safe to the public. And as I've said before, we have a number of ailing rec furniture out in the woods, and this money will go directly into the maintenance and replacement of those items, such as picnic tables. Not only will it fund an employee, but it will fund the materials to do that. Also, our parking, just keeping our parking areas safe and clean. We've had help with our volunteers, and this maintenance position will go towards keeping those areas accessible for our vehicles, and then also a number of small trails within these recreation sites that this money will go to maintaining. Another huge aspect of this grant proposal is to address all the trash. Just driving around any Forest Service road along our district, you can see this, and this NOVA grant will go to addressing that by allowing Forest Service personnel to go out and actually collect that trash on our dispersed and our non-dispersed sites. So they'll be doing the trash collection at our recreation sites. They'll be cleaning up after folks, and they'll be going through our dispersed recreation areas, cleaning up. Last year, unfortunately, we did have a number of wildlife interactions, as you can see in that lower left corner, a bear getting into a Forest Service truck. And the reason we were running into that issue was because of all that trash on our landscape. And we were able to, luckily, with this maintenance dollars that we had last year, and you'll see later in our slides, we were able to address that immediately. We were able to close it, we were able to clean up, and we were able to put out bear-proof trash cans. And again, unfortunately, and the reason I keep all these photos in there is just to give you an idea of what we deal with on a daily basis and where this money is going. Just purely having an employee go to all of our recreation sites here on the I-90 corridor can take an entire day to take trips back and forth from our recreation sites, just moving trash and doing the basic maintenance needs. Another big part of this, unfortunately, is our dispersed sites do have a lot of camping, or not, it's not unfortunate, but a lot of the times they're leaving abandoned campfires. In this position, this money will go to supporting maintenance personnel that will be red carded on staff, or on district rather, and they'll have the ability to address those abandoned campfires. Unfortunately, last year we saw what can happen when these go unaddressed. Currently on the district for this upcoming season and seasons down the road, we have limited fire staffing. So that puts a lot of need here for folks that are out driving about with the maintenance ability to put those out. So that's one of the things that this money will go to addressing and supporting. So need fulfillment. So we were lucky enough to get this grant for the last year rather. And we were able to address a lot, but this $150,000 will fund 2 front country rangers and supplies during the summer field seasons of 2024 and 2025. Like I said, it will fund the materials and supplies and equipment to maintain our recreation sites. And each ranger will help coordinate volunteer labor in support of the maintenance at their respective work sites. And these 2 rangers will be split between the North Bend and Enumclaw offices. Staff and volunteer responsibility for repairing and maintaining trailhead facilities, dispersed sites, picnic areas, and campgrounds, like I've said. And like I pointed out above in the last slide, they will also extinguish abandoned campfires at dispersed sites. We'll also help ensure developed and dispersed recreation facilities are clean and safe conditions for hundreds of thousands of visitors that recreate on the Snoqualmie District Ranger District. These positions and this amount of money will be kind of go into the unsung heroes of the Forest Service, is what we like to call them, because they are out there every day interacting with the public. They have the most visible jobs and they're addressing the most visible issues on our forest for the NOVA users. So here you can see us collecting all that trash and what that looks like. It's a ton of work, just going through our dispersed sites and collecting that after people have abandoned their campsites. And then, like I said, just going to our recreation sites, collecting the trash out of the bear-proof trash cans. It's just a ton of work by itself. It's a predominantly natural setting. We have a wide diversity of recreation opportunities here on the district. We have very, very, very high use trailheads. We have very high use picnic areas, and we also have low use. So we have kind of a broad spectrum of user groups that can come and enjoy the forest in different ways. When I first moved here, going out on our trailheads, I was blown away by the diversity in user types in some of our trailheads. And then also be able to go out and see the quiet trails that we still have. So this really provides a benefit to all user groups that use the national forests. We have a lot of project support for this. Washington Trails Association, the Mountain Sound Greenway, SCA. We have a number of folks that really want to support this maintenance work. We're really besides our volunteers that work directly with us, we're some of the only folks that do this work. So the cost benefit, the Forest Service will commit a 35% match, which is a modest expectation of what we will give with our volunteers. We're lucky enough on this district to have a very great group of volunteers that want to work with us and work directly with these 2 maintenance employees. Provide a capacity to open all facilities in 24 and 25. We were able to keep all of our facilities open this past season with this grant that we got in the last cycle. Add capacity for managing volunteer maintenance efforts over the 2-year period. So like I said before, the supplies will go to helping with our volunteers as well as the individuals working. Funds will go to work partners are not as interested in participating in. It's hard for us to find partners that want to go out and clean bathrooms, replace risers in our bathrooms, and do that type of work, that crucial stuff that people are going to be interacting with on a day-to-day basis while visiting our Forest Service lands. And the project will have a large impact to front country opportunities and facilities in a very high use recreation area. I kind of ran through that quickly, but does it get to questions and comments?
So let's go ahead and start with you, Randy.
Great. Thanks, Marguerite. Thanks, Nicholas. Great presentation. Really disappointing to see all that garbage. Wow. I was wondering, when you talk about the 2 folks you're looking to hire, you have part of their job is coordinate volunteer labor.
Mhm.
And I was just, I mean, you have some great partners there. I was just wondering, what does that coordination look like for the person you hire?
Yeah, so I can speak directly to the Snoqualmie, or sorry, to the North Bend office. We're really lucky to have a really large group of dedicated volunteers, but what we need out of this maintenance position is just someone to go out into the woods, see where our needs are, and then with the help of volunteers, go out and address those issues. So it's coordinating with our volunteer coordinator and and then being able to, with the help of myself and Alex, really create direction for those volunteers as to what to do and what the priorities are.
Order
So that's great.
supplies, that kind of stuff too, like get all the pieces together so the volunteers can go out and be successful.
I see that, and it's nice to hear that you have a volunteer coordinator position out there on the force. Well, great. Thanks a lot for that.
Other questions or comments from team members? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, so don't touch the mouse.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you. And I'm gonna take the controls. Okay, now you're fine.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Team members, you have made it to your first break. And our next project proposal is scheduled to begin at 2:30. So you have about 12 minutes for a break. Enjoy. Hello, Alex, are you doing this next project? It looks like it.
Yep, just me.
All right. Well, team members, welcome back from your break. I'm going to get us started here on this project by turning over the remote control to Alex. And Alex, why don't you do a double click and then use your arrow keys to go back. Great. And now I'm going to start up my little timer and you may begin.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to be presenting on our proposed Tinkham Camping Trail Improvements Design Project. So it's actually it's a planning grant, first one I've gone for. So it's our opportunity to take a step back from being super responsive to our management issues in this Tinkham corridor and spend a couple years planning, designing, working with stakeholders and come up with a good plan for how we're going to manage this area and what kind of improvements we're going to have. So here's a map of the Tinkham area. This corridor kind of runs adjacent to I-90. It's located about 40 miles east of Seattle, right off that I-90 corridor. So it's a quick drive from the Seattle area. And every weekend, the city of Seattle, you know, spring to summer, and I guess winter too now, we have some snow parks out here. They kind of migrate this way and populate trailheads, dispersed sites, camping areas, every little nook and cranny. It's a super high use area. I don't have the numbers for Tinkham, but just the general area receives, you know, 150, 200,000 visitors just during the summer. And so for the need, what we're looking at here for this grant is looking at a design for how we're going to manage our dispersed camping. The campground as well needs to be redesigned as it was never like really fully constructed to begin with. There's a trail outside of the campground that we're looking to redesign as well. And then some other improvements, including electricity to the area as well. So I'll switch over to the need, but there's the context. So for dispersed camping, it's kind of similar to the presentations you just saw from Nick and Laurel and Mary. There's a lot of unmanaged resource issues that's going on here in the woods alongside Tinkham, where people kind of drive in, they muddy it up, they find a place to park, and then they kind of trash the place. So I'm not proud to show these photos, but this is kind of the reality of what we're dealing with on the Tinkham Road. Is we have a pretty intense level of sanitation and garbage accumulation that we're constantly responding to. And it's not a very efficient way of doing business or a great way to manage the area. In recent years, actually since COVID, it's kind of become a theme where people weren't allowed to party in the city. So they started coming out to the forest, and now we have these large unpermitted events that essentially are raves that are starting to occur and are really degrading the sites. We've had like large unpermitted weddings there too that have gotten pretty rowdy, and there is a need to actively manage some of these sites, to say the least. Yeah, you've seen similar slides in the past few presentations, but escape campfires and resource management related to that is a concern because there's no established fire rings. People build their own rings, and you know, they build them next to a log, they build them next to a tree, they build them on a duff layer, they build them in a root mass. You know, it's just there's quite a few stat fires every single summer out here. And then so going to the campground too, which is part of the picture, you can see kind of the poorly organized sites here on the left. The footprints of a lot of the campsites in this developed campground that you pay $30 to $50 for a night they're not, they haven't been adequately designed, and we really need to step up the level of design and comfort in these campgrounds in order to provide a higher level of service. To the right, you'll see some of the nicer things next to the campground. There's an ADA trail that comes out of the campground. There's no existing parking lot there except for people who are using the campground. So it's not like easily accessed, but it's an ADA accessible trail that leads to a nice little beaver pond. And the vision for this was to eventually expand it and add a parking lot, but it hasn't been done. So for need fulfillment, I'm essentially asking for $138,000 to hire a design firm and look at various different things. So go through a design charrette with stakeholders, partners, staff, and help us figure out which dispersed sites need to be enhanced, hardened, restored, and designated as dispersed sites. There's going to have to be some decommissioning of some of the larger, really impacted sites like the rave site. We don't want these very large gathering spaces because what we found is they can get very unruly and difficult to manage. We also want to lay out some of the campsite improvements, put a new design in for a new trail alignment, new parking lot, and improve the existing trail to further meet the ADA guidelines. The forest itself, as the match, will conduct the NEPA and the cultural analysis, which is a heavy lift given our short staff and just generally how long it takes and all the effort involved. But we're committed to that. And by the end of it, I guess the idea is to have construction package in hand and all the NEPA and cultural stuff finished so that we can readily compete for funds. So as far as planning, this project, the goal is to enhance all aspects of current recreational opportunities on the Tinkham Road. It's a really great opportunity. It's so close to Seattle, but right now it's not very family friendly. It's not adequately managed. There's not enough waste, places for people to go to the bathroom, garbage cans, everything. So it's kind of a missed opportunity right now. With the revamped campground, we're looking at adding electricity to the host site, putting in tent pads, further developing the footprint of the site so there's not like stumps in the middle of them and stuff like that. Because right now none of the sites even have like tent pads. And so it's a pretty rough area. And like I said, the project will result in completed NEPA cultural development plans, contract documents. At this time, knowing what we know on the ground, we don't anticipate there's going to be any like extraneous circumstances that pop up as far as cultural or NEPA concerns. The area is super degraded in a lot of places, and a big part of this project is going to be restoring and just kind of working within a footprint that already exists. And so as far as sustainability goes, that's what we want out of this process, right? That's why I said at the beginning, we kind of want to step back and take a moment to do some planning. I like to kind of jump in and try to develop and fix problems as they come, but in this case, this one really needs a step back. And so what we've learned from other projects like down on the Greenwater that you just heard about, there's some success there. So like we want to try to decompact sites, add vegetation, these like really degraded areas that you kind of see in the top there, add like a developed area to access each dispersed site that we decide we want to develop, and create like an established parking area so people can't drive in the woods, that kind of thing. Make it more, developed and family friendly. That's kind of our goal, because the cool thing about dispersed camping is that it's free, and we want to provide that being so close to Seattle. It's a good opportunity. And like as far as the ADA hiking opportunity, there's not very much of that available, so we're really looking to enhance that. there's not much available as far as like the I-90 corridor. And so even that is like a standalone project, I think is really well worth it. Readiness to proceed. We're not, it's not going to be shovel ready, but we're ready to proceed because it's a planning project. The Forest Service has a BPA with design firms. They're very well vetted. We just went through the same process with the Denny Creek trailhead expansion design, so I'm really familiar with it. So through that firm, whoever we end up hiring, they'll help us facilitate public involvement, design charrette, field surveys, 30, 60, 90% design, and by the end we'll have a contract package. At 30% design is when we'll initiate the NEPA cultural analysis, because we'll have enough to go off of for all that stuff. So that's kind of my vision for the design. But given our NEPA process and how we're backlogged where it is, I am thinking this is a project that would probably last around 3 years at the most. So conservatively, 2026 is when it will be all finished. The site's predominantly natural. It's mostly, second growth forest. You get in the campground, you get views of the beautiful Snoqualmie River. That trail I was talking about, same picture there. You got a nice beaver pond to access. The road itself, you're mostly free from sights and sounds of people. You'll hear the drone of the freeway, but it's often muted by the river that runs through the valley. We have a lot of project support from our partners just in general for work that we do, because we do consider ourselves to be part of a bit of a coalition. The Greenway is heavily involved. They have committed some match to help. They do a really good job at like bringing people together. So we did want to kind of lean on them for part of the outreach and public aspect of this approach, and to help us make sure we're thinking about all the user groups we need to be. As far as cost benefit goes, I think there is a pretty big cost benefit just with the planning approach, because we're not just fixing one problem, we're fixing like a whole, mini recreation corridor with multiple issues, and with an area that's so easily accessible and kind of a missed opportunity for the last however many years, for us to take the time and then like have a contract package for the whole thing when we're done, then we'll be able to like really swoop in and then, actively manage the area and get it done instead of piecemeal it. Because being so close to Seattle and everything, we compete pretty well for funds, GAOA, all the stuff that's coming down congressionally. We've been pretty successful with that. Yeah, so that's it for me. There's a nice picture of the highway.
So Alex, I have a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
And while team members are figuring out the questions, you talked about these sites. When you finish with your plan, how many campers are you expected to be able to accommodate?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't have an exact number, but as we're looking at, I think I should have had my notes out for that, but we're between like 25 and 30 existing right now. So honestly, we're probably going to eliminate a handful. We don't want to eliminate very many, but like there are some problematic sites that just need to return to nature. So we'll still be, I would say at least 20, but we also want to be like tactical about it and make sure each site has a restroom. Restrooms are expensive, right, to maintain and install. Like right now, CXTs are like $200,000. But so we want to kind of try to cluster them and be effective that way. So that's one of the things the design firm is going to kind of help us figure out, think more tactically about.
And then my next question is, if it's a planning project and you're ready to go, why does it take 3 years?
Yeah, so that is,
you hire a firm.
Yeah, so it would take a year, but I'm using our NEPA and cultural as a match, so they kind of need to be done congruently. And the NEPA side of it is going to take a bit of time. It's usually about a 2-year process.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments from advisory committee members? Richard, do you have a question?
So Alex, thinking about other camping opportunities in the area, there's Denny Creek, which I would guess probably is full almost all the time. Is that correct?
Yeah,
And-
that's one of the, actually the most popular campgrounds on the forest.
Right. So this would be an opportunity for some disappointed users to go to, and people who would not go there now because it looks pretty rough.
Exactly. Yeah, and camping is in such high demand all over the place. And so the need, yeah, you kind of nailed it. There is a high need for it.
And in terms of the pricing for the planning picture, is that in line with what you would normally expect, or is this a more expensive site to develop the plan for?
Well, I guess it just ends up depending on the level of effort that we specify for the design firm. And so I kind of want them to be pretty involved in terms of like the design charrette aspect of it, the field surveys, and be pretty engaged. And so I think it's a fair price with what we're going to be asking them for. It seems high, but I just went through a similar one and yeah, it's not cheap.
All right. And it seems like it might be a nice location for people that want nearby camping because you have the nature trail. Osset Hill Curtis Nature Trail is very close, and it's not too far from the ever popular Franklin Falls Trail.
Well, yeah, I guess I forgot to mention that too. Like it is like part of the hub of the I-90 and all the busyness there. So if you use that as like a base for like, families that want to camp out and then do some hikes, it's close to everything.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Gary, go ahead. And don't forget to unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to raise my hand. Hey, Alex, I'm wondering, is there any consideration of actually putting that entire corridor into designate the whole corridor as a designated developed campground and charge a fee for wherever you might be along that whole section?
That's got to be part of the conversation, right? When you're going to be putting in bathrooms and stuff and having services at the dispersed sites. So I'd assume when we get our folks together, stakeholders and other Forest Service folks, we would, consider that. And ideally, I'd like for the dispersed camping to be free, but you got to pay for the services somehow. And so
Right.
we'd have to have those conversations. But I guess at the most, because they'd be like, I would say there'd be a good chance that you'd end up paying $5 a day, like the trailhead fees that we have. So it wouldn't be like prohibitive, and I guess that's all like conjecture, right? We need to go through the planning process.
Yeah.
But the goal would be that they're financially accessible.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions for Alex about this project? Well, Alex, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
We hope to be able to share results with you next week.
Good deal.
Okay, I'm going to. Okay, now you can use your mouse. Thanks. Okay. Next up, it looks like it's Alpine Lakes. And who's presenting this one?
Hi, Marguerite. Sarah Lang.
Oh, hi, Sarah.
Hi.
Thank you for turning on your camera. I'm going to pass the remote to you. And I'm going to ask you to double click to get control of the mouse.
Okay. Is that working? Can you see that?
Not yet.
I'm using a tracking pad. I don't have an actual mouse. Let's see.
Okay, so that might be problematic.
Uh-oh.
So can you double tap it? Okay,
Okay.
now use your arrow to go back.
Okay.
Okay, good.
I will go back to the first slide. Thank you.
All right, and just remember, there's just a little bit of a delay.
Got it.
All right, the clock has been reset, so you may begin.
Great, thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Lang. I'm a recreation planner at the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest, and I'm here today to talk to you about our Alpine Lakes Collaborative Visitor Use Study Project. We are applying for the non-motorized planning grant, and I'm representing this project on behalf of both the Mount Baker Snoqualmie and Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forests. This grant would provide critical funding to an existing collaborative effort that's engaging 17 partner organizations, agencies, and tribal representatives who are trying to address some pretty challenging visitor use challenges in the wilderness. And with the grant, we will develop data-driven and community-supported management options for the Alpine Lakes wilderness. Possibly doesn't need an introduction, but the Alpine Lakes Wilderness includes over 400,000 acres on both sides of the Cascade Range, bound by the I-90 to the south and Highway 2 to the north. And about 60% of the Washington state population live within 45 miles of the boundary. Many of the needs that we have to address recreation facilities and visitor use challenges are not unique to the Alpine Lakes Wilderness. I think you're probably seeing a lot of pictures similar to this in many of your grant presentations this week, but they're particularly challenging to address because of the size of the wilderness, the level of interest in the Alpine Lakes, and our stewardship responsibilities under the Wilderness Act. Across the wilderness, trailhead parking lots, or really outside of the wilderness, but trailhead parking lots overflow for miles, limiting stock access and impeding emergency response. Trails are receiving heavier use and for longer periods of time, leading to erosion and trenching. Spider webs of social trails crisscross alpine meadows, which can damage native plants and indigenous food sources such as huckleberry. And the existing facilities at trailheads and in the backcountry are not sufficient to contain the waste generated by visitors. The sheer volume of visitors impact wildlife, resulting in conflicts between the animals and visitors and the displacement of native species. These impacts to wildlife are also affecting tribal treaty rights. Lastly, hundreds of thousands of visitors access this wilderness area each year, and the quality of their experience is also important. We have a real need to creatively address these challenges without imposing additional barriers to access for traditionally underserved communities. Our current management plan for the Alpine Lakes Wilderness was drafted in 1981, and I probably don't need to tell you that a few things have changed over the last 40 years. So if you were going to the Alpine Lakes in 1981, you probably bought a map, and most visitors today might be using an app. Population growth, of course, has surged across the state. Social media is influencing visitation patterns. Forest Service funding and staffing has changed and decreased. But we also have a wealth of new partners today that can help us meet some of these challenges. So the visitor use study will support the collaborative to produce updated strategies to handle the modern demands and expectations of our visitors, while also responding to concerns from tribal communities, to limit impacts to wildlife and meet expectations for conservation under the Wilderness Act. Our goals are also in line with the new SCORP plan, which points to visitor use management as a number 2 priority, and also specifies strategies for collaborative adaptive management of public lands. To achieve these goals, we are utilizing the interagency visitor use management planning framework to guide a collaborative planning process. This is the kind of the universal planning framework that all of the major federal agencies are using now for visitor use management. And with this planning grant, we will partner with experienced social scientists and data scientists at the University of Washington Outdoor Recreation and Data Lab, the Leopold Wilderness Research Institute, and potentially some other partners to understand and quantify visitor use patterns and values on the landscape. This project will fill critical gaps in visitor use data by supporting the collection of data from a variety of sources, including traditional field-based data, information gleaned from social media, surveys, and other tools. But this isn't just about collecting data about visitor use. The study will allow us to develop and evaluate management scenarios that will allow the collaborative and the interested public to consider the potential outcomes and trade-offs of management strategies on the ground. For example, what happens if we limit parking at some trailheads or expand it to others? What if we limit use in certain areas or change where and when we allow overnight use? How would visitation patterns change? Who might benefit or stand to lose from those changes? What other outcomes might we see for wildlife or vegetation recovery? Scenario-based management planning allows us to illustrate how various stewardship efforts and management actions could best address the challenges we're facing. While the technical aspects will be handled by the researchers, the entire process of developing management scenarios is an inherently collaborative process driven by the Alpine Lakes Collaborative, a partnership of over 17 organizations. The collaborative will also be leading public engagement efforts to inform the planning process along the way. I think the reason that Alpine Lakes Wilderness Plan probably hasn't been updated for over 40 years is that this work is hard and it can be incredibly controversial. Today, we have an opportunity to harness data-driven planning and a collaborative network to identify a viable path forward. So the collaborative planning and visitor use study is the first phase of the process, and environmental analysis, formal decision-making at the Forest Service follows. Depending on the complexity of the recommendations, implementation could start as early as 2025, but we really anticipate that the work would hit the ground by 2026. And ultimately, the value of collaborative planning will be realized through collaborative implementation. We're really confident that the partners at the table today will be working on the ground to help steward the Alpine Lakes in the future. So in terms of sustainability, this project hits a couple marks. Ecological, we're really actively working to address impacts to flora and fauna in the Alpine Lakes Wilderness. From a social dimension, data collection and analysis will account for the diverse meanings and experiences that visitors seek in the Alpine Lakes. The project will create durable solutions because users themselves are involved in defining, solving, and ultimately implementing solutions. And economics, so use of crowdsourced data collection via social media, web-based methods also reduces the need for field staff time and can expedite data analysis. So the collaborative planning is already underway. Workshops with partners have started to lay the groundwork for the planning process. We've already had 3 workshops so far. Funding from this grant will allow us to conduct this data collection and scenario modeling this year and next, getting us towards our goal of having the collaboratively developed management solutions for the Forest Service by 2025. Alpine Lakes Wilderness really meets the definition of predominantly natural. By law, it's an area that's not developed and retains its natural character. So support for this project, I'd say, is really demonstrated by over 17 organizations and agencies whose staff and volunteers showing up and participating in the work of launching this collaborative. The organizations that I'm kind of counting, including in that number, are those who have really specified a commitment to provide leadership on this project. But the collaborative is also growing. Just last week, we had a virtual workshop that it brought in over 40 individuals from 24 different organizations that logged in to kind of get an introduction to the planning framework, to learn about the process that we're going to use, and to ask questions and have dialogue about how we're going to do this work together. So in terms of costs, collaboration takes time and impacts are happening now. But I'd also say there's a cost of doing nothing. We may be feeling that cost. The funds themselves will support expertise with data collection, analysis, and plan development, while the planning will also require capacity from many different partners. The benefits are that collaboratively shaped solutions tend to have broad support for adoption and implementation. The funds are leveraged by all sorts of in-kind staff and volunteer participation, and really believe that this will provide management solutions to some long-standing issues that can meet the needs of today's land managers and wilderness visitors. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. So look forward to some dialogue and answering your questions.
Great. We're going to start with Lance.
I have a couple questions. Do you have any user data now or trail counters on any of your trails now? And then the second part of the question, does this include like Asgard Pass and all of that in that area? And then the enchantments, is that in this region too?
So the quick answer is yes and yes. So in terms of data collection, there's been there are trail counters, and there's been ongoing trail monitoring in various parts of the Alpine Lakes on both forests for several years now. We've got, I think, like a data set that goes back to like 2014, but then there's various data sources. I won't get into the weeds on it, but yes, there's been an initial set of data. We haven't done the work of kind of like surveys and more qualitative data recently. And then yes, the enchantments are included in the scope of the planning area.
Yeah, I've never hiked them, but I just see on the Washington Hikers Climbers Facebook page that they're probably the most popular area in the state, it seems like almost.
It's in the top 10 trails of the country in terms of popularity, according to All Trails, which is, a decent gauge for those things.
Great, thank you. We're going to move on to Randy.
Great, thanks, Marguerite, and thanks a lot, Sarah. That was a great presentation. And yeah, this is really, really important work. I'm glad to see that you guys are tackling it and looking to take it on this way. My question is, the Tinkham, we just heard a presentation about on Tinkham Road. Is that in the same forest, and would the work you're doing encompass that area too?
So yeah, Tinkham is on the Mount Baker Snoqualmie, outside of the wilderness boundary. So the planning effort, this is really directed towards the use that's occurring in the wilderness.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. That's what I wanted to know. Thanks a lot.
Sure.
Richard, go right ahead.
I'm a little surprised that you don't show any donated labor on your proposal from your partners. Why is that?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So when in the match that I reported, or that we recorded in the proposal, it really only talks about Forest Service as a match. And quite frankly, this is one we just weren't really sure how to quantify quite yet, because like at the time of putting together the proposal, it's like, well, how do we estimate the number of hours? We were kind of onboarding and like launching the collaborative effort around that time. So yeah, I don't, it's not accounted for in the proposal, and that's probably a failure on my part, maybe to kind of get that in writing from folks. But I can tell you WTA and Society for Wilderness Stewardship in particular, two leading organizations that are doing a lot of the heavy lifting for convening the collaborative, for communicating about the collaborative, and kind of administering and kind of doing some of the project management work. So I don't have an estimate in terms of the number of hours that includes. We probably did ourselves a disservice for not accounting for that.
Next question is from Gary.
Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Gary.
Hello. Hey, I was just wondering, which tribes do you have involved in the collaborative? I might have missed it on your previous screen, but I was just wondering which tribes do you have that you're working with?
Happy to talk to that. So at this stage, there's kind of several tiers of engagement that when Society for Wilderness Stewardship has been kind of doing the onboarding of partners, kind of gauge level of interest in being involved. Snoqualmie tribe has stepped up to say we are interested in helping lead on this effort. But in terms of other tribes, we've had at our last engagement last week, several folks from Tulalip tribes and then from the Colville Confederated Tribes. And then there's the an organization that's Indigenous led that is Roots, and I'm not gonna do them justice by telling you their names. But those tribes have not like made a specific level of commitment for how they would like to be involved. But we're in dialogue about how do we best represent treaty rights in this process, knowing that each tribe has kind of a limited capacity of staff time to dedicate to the many meetings that we're having about this project.
Well, I wish you guys the best, because it's definitely taking on Alpine Lakes in any capacity is a huge undertaking. So
big.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Andrea.
Gary asked my question about tribal involvement. So thanks for that answer, Sarah. I'm curious. And then just wanted to say DNR has been happy to be involved and looks forward to the next steps. So this is challenging work. And so thanks for taking it on.
Thank you. And I see that Suzanne sent a message that said it's the Indigenous Roots and Reparations group that I was trying to reference earlier. So
go ahead, Suzanne.
Sarah, great job. Thanks for the really well done presentation and describing the project. And I'll just briefly mention that since I am from the Okanagan-Wenatchee National Forest and am part of the team that's working on the project with Sarah, just to reiterate that the Okanagan-Wenatchee is fully on board in supporting this project and actively engaged, and is very much interested in seeing us achieve our really ambitious but desperately needed objectives for how we're going to figure out how to manage sustainably the future of the Alpine Lakes for visitor use. Critically needed, really ambitious and innovative project, trying to do things that have not been done before anywhere in the National Wilderness Preservation System, and hoping to build out a toolkit that can potentially be available to other wilderness areas that are proximate to urban areas that are facing similar challenges. So really well done, Sarah, thanks.
Any other questions or comments about this project? Well, thank you, Sarah.
Okay.
Our next project is Evans Creek, and I have a feeling Sarah's probably not presenting this one. All right. Okay. Is that you, Mary?
Yes, I will be presenting this one.
Okay. So Mary, why don't you just double click and get control?
Let's see.
Okay, and then go back.
Let's see.
Use your arrow key to go back.
Let's
So try double clicking your mouse again. Mhm.
okay.
Now use your arrow keys to see if it'll let you go back.
It does for a moment and then it stops. Let me try one more time here.
Might be because you have a pointer on. Let me see if I can, hang on a second. Let me see if I can change that. See if we can force it to be just a pointer. Okay, so try again. Okay, now see, can your arrows take you back? Are you working on a laptop or tablet?
Yes, laptop.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure why it's not working, but you know what? You can just start with your presentation, and when you want me to go to the next slide, just say next.
Okay, thank you very much, Marguerite.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Boros, and I'm the Assistant 410 Corridor Manager on the Snoqualmie Ranger District. I'm presenting the request for the NOVA funding for our off-highway motorized program. There are 72 miles of trails and travel management needs at the Evans Creek ORV Park and Campground, and the motorized trail opportunities accessed on the State Highway 410 corridor. These include iconic trails such as Suntop, Christoph, Divide Colquhoun, Grass Mountain, and the historic Natchez Pass four-wheel drive trail. We're located in King and Pierce counties within 2 hours of nearly 4 million people. The approximate total range for annual estimated recreation visitor usage would be between 52,000 and 75,000 visitors annually. And as the vast majority of National Forest System trails exist outside of the wilderness area, are multiple use trails, there's absolutely no desire to restrict or limit general public availability to motorized trails within the Evans Creek ORV Park or on the motorized allowed trails along the 410 corridor of the Snoqualmie Ranger District, like on the historic Natchez Pass motorized trail. This travel management objective is what makes Federal Land Management Agency unique and a great use of NOVA funds. And if you can go to the next screen. Okay, and I believe one more forward. Okay, so by adding to the scope of this motorized grant and incorporating more of the 410 corridor and the Snoqualmie Ranger District, this will allow for more flexibility to address the many motorized challenges present along the 410 corridor and will benefit more recreation users and the Snoqualmie Ranger District as a whole. The growth and popularity of motorized recreation along with changing weather extremes require more trail maintenance and repair work. It's vital that we receive this grant funding so that we can continue to maintain and improve the safety and quality of the user's experience on our trails, and to continue to provide fun and safe locations for annual events like the poker run, open house events, and fun runs. We can accomplish this by using Forest Service crews in combination with the help of our volunteers and partners, along with the funding from RCO. If you can go to the next screen. Let's see. So last season, with the use of the RCO funded equipment and the help of our volunteer partners and their donated hours of 1,330 hours from our volunteers, and our OHV trail crews, we were able to complete several projects. At Evans Creek ORV Park, we were able to install a 65-foot-long puncheon through a wetland area, log out, tread repair, sign installation, the replacement of culverts to help with drainage, and installation of tread block. And if you can go to the next screen. Okay, and we also moved crushed rock and gravel material transported onto the trails for tread repair and road repair into the campground with the use of RCO-funded equipment, our tractor, excavated, and a rented skid steer, along with our volunteers' Jeeps and trailers. If you can go ahead to the next screen. Okay, and you can go one more forward. Okay. On the Natchez Pass motorized trail, working with the Rednecks and Rugrats and Pacific Northwest Four-Wheel Drive Association and our OHV and trail crews, we transported materials, rehabbed a meadow and armored a portion of the trail. We fixed a problem drainage area with the installation of a culvert. And this again was accomplished with the use of excavator, tractor, and dump trailer. I believe you can go forward one more. Okay. We had several cleanup parties with Tread Lightly and Pacific Northwest Four-Wheel Drive Association, Backroad Four-Wheel Drive Training Group, Raptor Junkies, and the Snow Jammers. These groups also help to educate visitors on the rules and regulations of the Forest Service, as well as recreation etiquette and stewardship. And these are things we could not accomplish without our partners, volunteers, and the funding we received from NOVA. And you can go forward again. Okay. Our primary management objective for this grant funding request would be for maintenance and repair of the motorized trails on the Snoqualmie Ranger District, done primarily out of our Enumclaw Field Office. This would include Evans Creek Campground and Day Use Area, which are part of the ORV Park, and the Ranger Creek Campground on the 410 corridor. Additionally, regrading, maintaining, and making improvements to parking facilities and signage for ADA access at day use and trailheads and campgrounds. Weekly cleanup efforts of the day use sites and campgrounds and trailheads. Repair and maintenance of 4 trail bridges. Maintaining and repair of kiosks, trail markers, and trailhead signs. And you can go forward again. And I believe one more. Okay, and I'm sorry, one more again. Okay. What also included in this request is the purchase of a skid steer and attachments. This will greatly enhance our ability to work safely in tight quarters and on sloped areas. It also offers more versatility and loading capacity. We are planning to resurface the staging areas and campgrounds with 40 yards of 1 1/4 inch crushed rock surface per year over 2 years to improve and create a better experience and impression of our ORV areas. And if you can go forward again. And another one. Okay. Having well-maintained trails and facilities that make it a fun and safe place to recreate will benefit local communities by continuing to increase the draw of recreational visitor usage. And communities that will benefit would be Enumclaw, Buckley, Lower Burnett, Wilkeson, Carbonado, Greenwater, South Prairie, Ording, and Bonnie Lake. The funding provides the U.S. Forest Service with the ability to manage amazing landscapes and provide multi-use recreational opportunities for a diverse population. You can go forward again. We have, as you can see, we have some spectacular views and landscape for people to come out and recreate on. Go ahead again. And this would, so our fund, the cost benefit, the breakdown on it is from RCO, we're asking for $200,000, which would be 43%. A sponsor match, which would be our federal funding, would be $270,000 for a total of $470,000, which would make 100%. The breakdown on the sponsor match would be appropriation, federal funds would be $205,000. I had that wrong. And donated skilled labor of $65,000. And you can go ahead again. And again, I'm sorry. Okay, and that's a picture of our local communities that I just went over that would benefit from having more visitors come out economically. And Pierce County is also, they have a cooperative that they are working on improving access to the Carbonado River area, which is where Evans Creek ORV Park is located. So that would be helping to bring in more visitors, and we're also working in partnership with them. Okay, and the next slide. I believe we're one more.
That's the end of your show.
Okay, I apologize. I thought I missed a slide there. So if anyone has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, so questions or comments? I think Crystal has a question for you.
Okay, Crystal.
Hi, Mary. I just wanted to comment. Thank you for your work out here on these areas. Natchez Trail, obviously, and Evans Creek are much loved by the 4x4 community. And I appreciate you getting the equipment in place to service these trails in the manner that they need to be. Was wanting to know, do you have skilled equipment operators to run skid steers, excavators, and that type of equipment?
Right, we do. We have one of our Forest Service employees here on our crew, as well as some of our folks that are on our with the Redneck and Rugrats and the Fringe.
Perfect. Excellent.
Right.
Good to hear. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And Gary.
Yeah, hi, Mary. I just wanted to check, and there's still Northwest Forest Pass required for the use of Evans Creek. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Mhm.
Are some of those funds then going into as part of your match?
Yes, they would be.
Okay, I just saw the appropriated money, so I was wondering about the rec fee dollars and if you have any idea of how much there might be.
You know, I apologize. I don't know how much it is. I remember we did discuss that, and that will be incorporated into this. And I'm sorry, I don't have the breakdown on that part.
Okay, well, thank you. Just good to know some of it's going in there.
Right. Yes, we definitely want to make sure that it is incorporated in that.
Nancy, go ahead.
Can you explain, let me know what the 28 days of training is for? That's a lot.
That would be for our seasonal crew members that come on, as well as any of our volunteers that need additional training. And that would include ATV, UTV certification and training. It would include chainsaw, the S212 training, and also any additional heavy equipment training and certifications that are needed.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Other questions or comments? Mary, it looks like you had a number of organizations that you've got identified as supporters of your project.
Right. We do. We have quite a few. We have, let me find the list so I don't leave anyone out. Let's see, we have, well, Northwest Motorcycle Association. So then the clubs that are in with them as well would be the Fringe Motorcycle Club. Under the Pacific Northwest Four-Wheel Drive Association, we have the Rednecks and Rugrats. We also have EMBA and Tread Lightly. Let me see. I know I'm forgetting someone, which I forgot. We did several cleanups with Tread Lightly and the other volunteer groups like the Snow Jammers. Let's see.
Okay, that's good. You had several slides that featured some of the supporters out there getting work done. So I just
right. Okay. Yes, and we definitely couldn't do it without their help. They're just absolutely wonderful partners, and they are also able to do a lot of the heavy equipment work with us.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments about this project? Well, hearing none, thank you very much, Mary.
Okay, well, thank you all very much for your time today.
We hope to be able to share the results with you here pretty soon.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye now.
Team members, I think we have made it to a break. So our next project starts up at 3:40. So you have about 15 minutes. Hey, Matt,
Hello,
are you the one that's presenting this next
I
project?
I am, yes, I am the one here for this next
Okay.
project.
Okay, team members, welcome back from your break. And we are getting close to the end. We have just 2 more projects. And you'll notice there's one project that is unscheduled, and that's because that applicant withdrew that project proposal. So we have 2 projects, and then we will be done for the week. So Matt is here, and I am going to turn the remote controls over to him, give him a chance to double click to make sure he has control. And then Matt, why don't you see if you can move forward?
Let's see.
And now use your arrow to go back. Excellent. And you kind of know now what the delay is.
Perfect.
I have reset my clock. And so if you are ready, you may begin.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Matt Kenny. I work here in the Skykomish Ranger District as the Assistant Highway 2 Recreation Corridor Manager. I'm going to present our project here on recreation maintenance here on the Highway 2 corridor. So our project area here is on the Skykomish Ranger District. So we straddle Highway 2, kind of right from Index all the way to Stevens Pass on the west side of the Cascades. We're kind of in the backyard of the Greater Seattle area and a major thoroughfare for people headed to the east side, with quite a number of recreation sites within that project scope. Talk a little bit more about some of those. So for our dispersed recreation sites, this is a map of one of our site surveys from a couple years ago here. And we have these sites really go in size from rather small areas for maybe a camper or 2, a place to sit by the river, to really large dispersed areas where you'll see family reunions of 20 plus, 50 people kind of stretched across. So when we're talking about our dispersed sites, they're really a pretty wide variety. Folks use them in a lot of different ways. The granularity of this map doesn't quite show all of our sites, where the rough number is about 300 total where people have patterns of use across the area. And then our developed trailheads and other backcountry access points, we're a jumping off point to 3 wilderness areas in the Alpine Lakes, the Henry M. Jackson, and the Wild Sky Wilderness. Our 25 developed trailheads, some of these are really large parking lots with bathroom infrastructure, multiple bathrooms, and some of them are really a signboard and a really quiet place on the side of the road. There's a really big gradient of experience and diversity within what we have to offer the public here. Some of our use patterns, I think it's probably a consistent message that here in Washington, outdoor recreation and use has been increasing across the last number of years. We based on our best estimates between trail counters, registration boxes, public contacts, some of the surveys other folks are doing puts that number of hikers right around 220-ish thousand a year, and then dispersed recreational campers use that way, we estimate right around 30,000 a year. So probably, 250,000 user days a year here within our project scope. Moving into kind of our project need here in the upper Skykomish Valley, outdoor recreation is a big part of what our community has to offer, from folks just traveling through, going other places, a stop on the side of the road. It's a reason people tap the brakes and stop and kind of use our forests adjacent to the highway here. We've had quite a few big happenings here over the, with the Bolt Creek fire this year. It burned almost 15,000 acres within our project area. 2 trailheads are within that burn scar, and there's there's going to be an ongoing maintenance need. We're probably identifying within that, and just some of those recreational patterns we've had are probably likely to shift because of that incident this past summer into the fall. And then with the Index Galena Road repair here in Snohomish County, almost 15 years, the access to the north end of that district out of the town of Index the road's been washed out, and Snohomish County is quickly coming to a conclusion on that construction with an estimated opening next fall. And there's an anticipation for some big use changes to places like Blanco Lake or the North Fork of the Skykomish, where paved access has not been available. It's been a really kind of circular route to get there for almost 15 years now. And that as that's changing, we're expecting use and patterns to change here in the area. And, you know, speaking kind of to, I'm sure it's you've heard this all week in the pandemic, and has kind of changed how use is happening, and that our patterns are changing where we're having use on days of the week where historically there wasn't. And that's really increased kind of a staffing need, you know, where there's folks out recreating all the time because of things like these telecommunication technologies we're using these days. So, you know, kind of some of that need for facilities here, we're fortunate that we provide a variety of recreational opportunities. Some of this is from camping to hiking, backpacking, fishing, cross-country skiing here in the winter, scout groups, youth camps. Just there's a variety of folks who are coming out here to use these facilities, and maintaining them is there's a big need for that. And part of that is where the way in which we're able to communicate with the public, a lot of that's through signage, messaging, facilities, because staffing necessarily isn't we can't be there all the time. So maintaining those facilities and those touch points to really ensure we're getting a solid interaction with the public is a big portion of it. And facilities degrade, they break, there's vandalism, wood outside here in Western Washington rots away. There's kind of that constant upkeep, and we're really fortunate to be blessed with some awesome facilities, and we just have a really a need to keep those going. And a big part of that is having, you know, staffing and support for that. And, you know, a lot of that is kind of protecting kind of those sensitive areas, building in those hardening pieces. There's a need for that. The Jeep on the right, it's kind of a tired and reused picture of the mudder stuck in the meadow, but that's at a high alpine place up on Harlan Ridge that is huckleberry picking in a area that's a co-steward area with the Tulalip tribe here, and the need to be able to fulfill to our, you know, tribal partners to hold up our end of the bargain, to be able to provide that level of maintenance and need. So kind of moving into, you know, fulfilling that need, you know, we're meeting kind of the public where they are. You know, every time I turn around, there's another way in which somebody is figuring out how to recreate here on the forest, and being adaptive and changing with that is a big portion of how we fulfill that need, is being flexible with the public and what they're looking for and how we're able to interact with that. And some of that is, you know, reaching out to our underserved communities locally in our greater area. I think of, you know, the Iron Goat Trail, which we have on the district, which, you know, this project allows us to keep maintaining, and the trailhead facilities that access ADA accessible areas, and reaching out in that way is a big part of how we fulfill that need for our public. And, you know, kind of backtracking to that, providing that current information, that accurate information. Our bulletin boards are a #1 way to do that. We're able to fix them, vandalism, wood, things change, but really, you know, this grant would allow us to keep that front door really in tip-top shape. It's that, you know, penny smart, dollar foolish idea of, you know, an ounce of prevention. We're able to we're able to do a lot when we can prevent it up front. And a big way we do that is through field staff. That, you know, this grant allows us to hire a field staff, particularly in the summers, to really, you know, get the work done, and have people out there really, you know, on top of it, fixing things as they're breaking, moving through it. And normally that number is about 4 to 5 seasonal staff members a year. Another way in which we're kind of able to do some of the heavy lifting, we were fortunate a number of years ago through an RCO grant to purchase this mini excavator here. And it's really kind of been a force multiplier for us. It allows us to do a lot of that heavy lifting ourselves. We're fortunate to have some of the staff with the skills and acumen to really get some great work done out there. And, you know, with that piece of equipment, there's those ongoing needs to keep it up and running and really get the most out of it, you know, and so this grant opportunity really would allow us to keep fulfilling that need with things that we've already invested in, and keep that moving forward. You know, improving sanitation for, you know, facilities. Kind of, when I think of this, I think of these opportunities allow us the flexibility. Places where we may not have permanent facilities, but use patterns change. We have a large area, I think of, you know, we have a sportsman's dispersed recreation area outside the town of Index that gets really kind of heavy climbing traffic in the summer with the town wall, and having the ability to manage those needs as they come up, you know, whether that's getting Santa cans or really being able to maybe, you know, do the larger trash pickups, do kind of some of that maintenance in areas that are kind of in between, that we're not, they haven't had the heavy investment in other ways, but it gives us the flexibility to adapt to what the public's asking from us. And really kind of maintaining those existing sites. When our dispersed recreation sites become degraded, damaged, ruined, we start getting more of them. And at 300 plus sites, we already have more than we can handle. So there's really that maintenance need to kind of lean in on the items we have and really do the best we can with it. Here, you know, there's an image of a coworker of mine doing some hazard tree removal at a trailhead that allows us to, you know, keep these facilities up and running and open. And that's a big part of what we're looking to do. And another big component of how we're able to fulfill the need with this opportunity is, you know, continue and grow partnerships with community members, other groups. It really gives us kind of that extra bit to be able to engage with folks, whether it's groups like Interim Wild out of the International District in Seattle that we've been able to host the last several summers with outdoor experiences and a community service element. So there's that need, and it gives us that extra horsepower, if you will, to really engage in our community a better. So some of those bits of the sustainability portion of our project, you know, facilities are a big portion of it, and kind of upgrading on the edges where we can to really harden our facilities, make them long lasting, commit to them. You know, things like paint. It's amazing how much repainting a CXT kind of takes, and having the ability to do it right, so it's not an ongoing maintenance concern, but we're able to kind of get ahead of it is a big portion of that sustainability of the project, is that longevity. Yes.
I think you are on the Highway 2 Recreation Corridor project.
Yeah.
And so your time is up.
Oh, shoot. I thought I had 20 minutes. I apologize.
You have actually 12.
12. Oh, dear.
So
boy, I missed that. I misjudged that one.
So you don't need to answer this question. You need to go to question number 8, predominantly natural.
Certainly.
And then
so we are
the cost benefit.
Yeah. So predominantly natural sites, you know, all of our sites accessed off gravel roads here in the forest, both first old growth and second generation forests, project support, some of our local groups, and then cost benefit. Really kind of a big portion of it is maintaining our facilities allow us to really extend their life for a long bit, where replacement's really expensive and maintenance is a more affordable option. I appreciate everybody's time. Thank you very much.
So Mick, what were you going to share on this one?
Oh.
Matt?
Yes.
Was there something you want to share on this side?
You know, I think too, a big kind of just reiterating the importance to our local community of keeping, you know, our recreational facilities open. Upper Skykomish Valley is pretty small. I think I kind of touched on that. So I was trying to end my long-windedness.
No problem. Gary, do you have a question or comment? And don't forget to unmute yourself. So Gary, we haven't heard anything yet.
Now you will hear something.
There.
Yeah, Matt, I could have asked this same question of a number of folks, but one thing I've been noticing is the dramatic increase in use on the shoulder seasons and even through the winter. And I know like Lake Serene Trailhead turns out to be like a rest stop on Highway 2 for people going to Stevens Pass. And you guys don't have anybody on often during the winter. Are you doing anything to try to address that, where you can have some seasonal or permanent help that is more active during the fall and the spring than at present?
Yeah, kind of to answer that, absolutely. I think like many other folks, hiring is a significant challenge for us. And really kind of there is that long-term vision of having more folks, either permanent and seasonal, through the winter months to really kind of help, especially as, you know, things that were closed, snow related, are no longer. I mean, it's not necessarily within our project bounds, but driving by the Haybrook Trailhead the other day, right on Highway 2, there was cars filled the parking lot and extending up the highway. So that shoulder season really is a big part of it. And looking to keep some of our staff on in the winter is definitely in our mind here.
Great. And with the Index Galena Road opening, that's going to really create additional headaches for you guys, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a change. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a change though. So that's something trying to stay ahead of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Brian.
Hi, Matt. Yeoman's job. It really looks like you do a nice job with that area.
Thank you.
Yeah, in your metrics, you talked about $55,000 of labor. Can you speak to that just a little bit? I think it was 55. Yeah.
Pardon, you were a little muffled there. $55,000 in labor costs and
your donated labor, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. So we've been fortunate. We've got some strong partners in kind of events. A big one we work with is American Whitewater for kind of at our cable drop site that help us do some of those projects. So volunteer days, we have Partners of the Trail, you know, some groups, some on the edges that will do a lot of it's volunteer days. Yeah. A local ATV group does some cleanup on some of our other sites as well for some big days. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Kathy, did you have a question or comment?
I did. Matt, thank you for the presentation. In your metrics, you mentioned the recreational use area maintenance as being 100K, and then trailhead maintenance 170. And then in your presentation, you mentioned there's one field staff that will be funded by this, and then you referenced also currently having 4 to 5 staff.
Oh.
And I didn't see the breakdown in the metrics. Can you speak to that a little bit over who's the crew out there?
Yeah, so for our crew out there, traditionally, I think maybe it was for that winter season, we're looking to have 1 or 2 kind of around. Normally, the big bulk of it is our field crew in the summer. We ideally 5 folks. 5 is the magic number. Normally, it's somewhere between 4 and 6, depending on how hiring goes. And they're typically on from the beginning of April through October. So that's kind of our bulk of the field season, and that's where most of that's all headed in terms of maintenance dollars. Sorry for the confusion.
Okay, thank you.
Ryan, did you have another question, or you just didn't put your hand down? Okay. Anybody else with questions or comments? Well, Matt, you still got it done, and you didn't need 20 minutes to do it.
Well, I appreciate that. You get numbers in your head and you forget what they are sometimes.
You're right. It's a 20-minute block, but 12 of them are yours and 8 belong to the advisors. So
that's where I got myself fouled up.
Well, thank you very much.
All right. I appreciate everybody's time.
All right. Who's presenting the next project? Is that Tom?
Yes. Yeah, that'll be Tom.
All right. Well, thank you, Matt. Hopefully we'll be able to share the results with you next week.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good
job, Matt.
I'm going to end this one. And believe it or not, you happen to have the program of the day, Tom. I'm going to see, can I get my PowerPoint to come back up?
I see a blue screen.
Yeah. Let me take the mouse from control. You were controlling it, and so that's why I couldn't get to my PowerPoint.
Oh.
Sorry. I have to remember not to give you people control too fast. So give me just a moment and I'll get everything all back up again. Right, I think this is the right one. Your trail maintenance project. Does that look right?
Yep.
Okay, good. So now I'm going to turn over the remote control to you. Give me just a second to get my little taskbar here. And if you will double click. Okay, so then see if you can, and use your arrows to go back. Great.
Yep.
I am resetting my clock, so you may begin.
Hello, my name is Tom Davis. I'm a Highway 2 corridor manager on Skycomish Ranger District. So my job duties include trails, wilderness, and front country recreation. Today, I'm presenting a trail maintenance grant for 2024 and 2025. Skycomish Ranger District, Matt Kenny, my assistant, did a great job on some of those details as far as access. We're right off Highway 2, within an hour and a half of the Seattle metropolitan area. So a lot of use, a lot of demand. Here's a map of the trails on the Skycomish Ranger District. This grant covers 148 miles of trail that are maintained during the spring to fall seasons. Highway 2 sort of bisects the Ranger District. We have Alpine Lakes Wilderness down to the south, and then Wild Sky and Henry M. Jackson up to the north. Our use is very high and seems to be increasing at about 10%, perhaps 20% on a big year like COVID year. We didn't collect any data during COVID, so things are, I mean, it very well could be higher than what we're showing as 200,000 total hikers and other trail users as well. And here's another way to look at that trail use. This is University of Washington's done a ongoing study how to estimate use. And you'll see block number 1 is Lake Serene with 40,000. Number 5 is Blanca Lake, which we expect to go up. That very well could double when that Index Galena Road is repaired out of Index. And why do people come? I mean, it's a beautiful area, lots of wilderness. 70% of the Ranger District is within wilderness. So we have Alpine Lakes Wilderness, and then Henry M. Jackson and Wild Sky Wilderness. Our stock use is primarily in the Henry M. Jackson Wilderness on the North Fork Skykomish complex. And that's beautiful Blanca Lake there on the left. We also maintain 22 miles of the Pacific Crest National Scenic Trail south of Stevens Pass. So that's attracts more and more every year. We get a lot of section hikers as well as through hikers. And then Lake Serene, which is very serene when there's not a lot of people there, but there's usually a lot of people there. We have a showcase trail, the Iron Goat Trail within the Stevens Pass Historic District. About 6 miles of that was built to ADA standards. So that's a big challenge, keeping that maintained to those standards. And Mother Nature always gives us something new every spring to discover. We'll have trees will come down, some with large root wads. The brush will continue to grow. We brush our trails on a cycle. I mean, some trail segments get brushed every year. Others can wait, up to 5 to 10 years. Drainage is a constant reoccurring issue. It seems as once we fix one problem, another problem will develop. Could be rutting, erosion, soil erosion, muddy trail, excessive tread width, or plugged culverts or other structures, which makes it, this is on Iron Goat, so makes it difficult for ADA access. In slides, rock slides and snow slides, we get usually at least a few large boulders on some of our trails, Iron Goat in particular, and then snow slides as well. And we thought we were a little bit immune to fire damage, but this last fall, we had a 15,000 acre wildfire, Bolt Creek, and it backed down across the Barkley Lake Trail. the road to access this trail is covered with burned up trees, so weren't able to get in there to assess the damage. But undoubtedly there will be some damage to Barkley Trail, and some of that risk could be landslides or debris torrents coming off of the Mount Baring area. With that heavy snow load and the slides and just age, you know, our structures out there, our puncheon bridges or our regular bridges, you know, some are damaged and need repair. And then our tread, just the wear and tear of feet on the trail, and then lots of rain and snow melt to erode the soil, exposes a lot of roots and rocks. Lake Serene, the rescue crews are now calling it Lake Siren because they go up there on a fairly frequent basis, probably 10 to 20 times a year, to help someone out with say a knee or an ankle injury. And then Blanca Lake Trail has lots of exposed roots and rough tread and wide tread. So fulfilling the need, our job really is to provide a safe and environmentally friendly trail system for a variety of users, young and old, stock and hiker. We have active partnerships with a number of volunteer groups. And we also have a 4-person trail crew that would be funded out of this grant. And we also use a Conservation Corps crews and a small trail maintenance contract. Log out is a priority because a lot of our trails, if they're not logged out, they're not usable. And brushing, focus our brushing to where it's needed. And when we do it, do a good job. Blanca Lake Trail is a sort of a special project. We've been doing some trail reroutes. We are currently almost done with reroute B. We started that in the last couple years, reroute A and B. So under this grant, we would continue work on those reroutes and start working on reroute C. And these reroutes are for a variety of reasons, to correct grade sags where there's steep up and down sections of the trail, make it a nice moderate grade that's not going to erode. And also some areas have braiding and subalpine meadows or exposed roots and rocks. With the trail crew or the core crews or the volunteer crews, you know, find a solution to a problem. If it's a drainage problem, we have a lot of steep country, so a lot of steps get built. And then we focus on repairs and maintenance of the Iron Goat to maintain that ADA accessibility, which is quite a chore. We are in primarily a wilderness setting. 70% of the trail mileage is within wilderness. And then what isn't in wilderness is in usually in some sort of backcountry area or even a second growth area like the Iron Goat Trail. Still looks really natural. Iron Goat's really beautiful in the fall with all those deciduous trees too. Project support. We've been using volunteers here at Skykomish long before I started. I started here in 1989. And volunteerism has always been a key part of our trail program. We've been using Washington Trail Association since the beginning of their trail maintenance program back in 1993 or 94. And then Backcountry Horsemen is a key partner too, Trail Dusters chapter. Other volunteer groups that support the project are Pacific Crest Trail Association and a Friends of group that is sort of a splinter group of WTA and PCTA. We have two solid letters of support from our two main user group representatives, WTA and Backcountry Horsemen. Cost benefit, we show over 51% match. A big chunk of that is the volunteer labor from WTA and other groups, but we also use our Northwest Forest Pass funds as part of the match, and then some congressional appropriations for some of my time on the project. In my experience, I mean, if you have a good plan, a good program, and you really analyze where the work needs to be done and get the right crew to the right spot, you can get things repaired. And we shoot for longevity. If we're going to do a repair, like you saw those pictures earlier, we're looking for a high quality job, something that's going to last and be durable. And we really strive to reduce those the natural resource issues as far as erosion or tread widening. And once you fix those areas, I mean, the vegetation will grow back and be much more pleasant trail to travel.
Thank you very much.
Oh,
we have run out of time, so
okay. That was my last slide.
Okay. So questions or comments from the team? Gary, you have a question, and John, I'm not sure if you have a question or comment. So we'll start with Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. You mentioned that you're using you have a bit of a maintenance contract going on. Is that for log out and or brushing?
It's for both. Some brushing. We have some really brushy sections that are in avalanche tracks. Some sections are on the Iron Goat, and some are on Necklace Valley that are really dense avalanche brush thickets that we put in the maintenance contract. Something that regular Forest Service trail crews or volunteer crews, they just get totally burned out and wouldn't have a fun time. And then
So
do some log out too.
Yeah. Do you have an idea what roughly what the per mile cost is for those?
Oh, the brushing, it's been coming in, I think at like 1,500 to 2,000 a mile. And the log out like 400 to 500 a mile. Depends, of course, when it was last brushed or logged out and what they might might be getting into.
And that's in the wilderness, right?
Yeah, I typically, I mean, we do have, those were, yeah, wilderness prices, right? Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for this project? Go ahead, Crystal.
Hey, Tom, I just wanted to comment on your $130,000 of donated labor. That's an extraordinary collaboration with your volunteers. So well done on that. And thank you for keeping these trails open for everyone. Well done.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Well, Tom, I think you've done it. I think you've brought us home with the last project of today.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much. We hope to be able to share the results with you next week. So thanks again and good to see you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for your work this week.
Okay. So team members, we have just evaluated our last project. So I am going to sign us out. So for those of you who have been watching, you have been watching the Non-Highway and Off-Road Vehicle Activities Program evaluation of project proposals submitted by applicants from all over the state. I'm Marguerite Austin with Washington State's Recreation and Conservation Office. And these projects will be awarded grants, if all goes well, in June. So to learn more about the Recreation and Conservation Office and the grants we have to offer, please visit our website at www.rco.wa.gov. Thanks for watching. Have a good rest of the day.